Did you auto white balance or?
There are some more people waiting to sign in outside, so we're going to give them a few minutes to get in and get settled. Hey, everyone out there in YouTube land. We are just being delayed a little bit. We are waiting for the last few people that are trying to register, get their seat, just so that we make sure that we have everybody in the room to start the presentation. Thank you for your patience. We will begin shortly.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edwin Chavis, and I am the Small Farm Outreach Coordinator here at Kentucky State University. And I'd just like to give some general announcements before we get started. On September the 17th, that's this Saturday, we're going to have a KSU Day at the Franklin County Farmers Market. Everyone is encouraged to come out. Then on September the 20th, we're going to have Veterans Day right here at the KSU Research Farm. And then in October, we're going to have our next topic for third Thursday will be small remnants. And then in November, the 15th through the 17th, we're going to have our Small Farms Conference. Each and every one is cordially invited to attend all of these events. So at this time, I'm going to ask that Ms. Sherry Crabtree come and give you a welcome.
Thank you, Edwin. Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you to our Pawpaw Third Thursday thing. Not only Third Thursday thing, but this is also National Pawpaw Day, recognized as of a few years ago. So we're going to celebrate National Pawpaw Day with all things pawpaw today. So I usually kind of want to ask, how many people is this your first Third Thursday thing that you've attended? We want to recognize that. Oh, wow, quite a few. Look at that. Well, yeah, applause for everybody that made their first trip to Third Thursday. And sometimes we ask who has traveled the farthest, but I think I know who has traveled the farthest. We have a guest from France that's with us today who's doing kind of a pawpaw tour of the U.S., visiting some different pawpaw plantings and going to the Ohio Pawpaw Festival after this. So we're glad to have an international visitor for Third Thursday thing too, but welcome to everyone, and I'm glad that you all could join us today. So we'll go ahead and get started. This is our agenda for the day. So first up, I'm just going to give kind of a Pawpaw 101, so kind of an introduction to pawpaw before we get more in-depth later in the day. So what is a pawpaw? I imagine a lot of people here are already familiar with pawpaws. A lot of people are probably here because you're fans, aficionados of the pawpaw, but in case you're not familiar, pawpaw, the scientific name is Asimina triloba. So pawpaw is a member of the custard apple family, and it's actually the only temperate member of that family. The rest of the custard apple family are all tropical and subtropical fruits, fruits like cherimoya, soursop, custard apple, tropical fruits that you may see in the grocery. Pawpaw is a fairly slow-growing, small to medium-sized tree, gets about 25 feet tall at maximum, so it stays a pretty small tree. It has a pretty dense pyramidal shape in full sun, which you'll see when we do our orchard tour. So the fruit are in clusters. Sometimes you see single fruit, sometimes it's only one fruit, but often they're in clusters, usually 2 to 5 fruit per cluster, although we've seen 10 or 11 fruit all jammed into a cluster together. And the average size of, especially improved varieties, is anywhere from 1/4 pound to a pound average fruit size. On seedling trees and wild trees, a lot of times it will be a little bit smaller than that. So the pawpaw fruit, being in an otherwise tropical family, being in the custard apple family, you can kind of see that in the flavor and the aroma of pawpaw. It has this tropical, tutti fruity flavor, kind of a blend of banana and mango is the best way to describe it. When they're ripe, they are soft. The texture is similar to a ripe avocado, sometimes even softer. Sometimes it's almost like a custard or pudding-like texture. The fruit's very nutritious, high in antioxidants, high in lots of vitamins and minerals. Pawpaw is also a nice tree to use in edible landscaping. So if you want a tree that is both attractive, a nice part of the landscape, and will produce fruit that you can eat, pawpaw is a good choice. It has this really nice golden yellow fall color, these maroon-colored bell-shaped flowers, and pawpaw is also the exclusive host plant of the zebra swallowtail butterfly, which is this black and white butterfly that you see on the screen. Pawpaw is the only plant that the zebra swallowtail larva will feed on. So a lot of people that plant butterfly gardens will plant pawpaw trees in order to attract this butterfly. And if you see this butterfly around, you know that there are pawpaws somewhere nearby. So this map shows the native range of pawpaw. So you see in Kentucky, we're right in the middle of the native range. So they're really well suited to our growing conditions, to our soils and climate here in Kentucky. So the native range goes from some parts of northern Florida up into southern New York, southern Michigan, even into southern Ontario, Canada, and a little bit west of the Mississippi River, so into eastern Kansas and Nebraska and Texas is the westward part of the native range. So the map on the right shows where pawpaw can be grown. So it can be grown in areas where it's not native, basically anywhere with a fairly temperate climate. So USDA growing zones 5 to 8. Pawpaw does need some winter chilling in the wintertime to go dormant and satisfy its chilling requirements. So, like southern Florida, anywhere from mid-Florida farther south, southern California, Hawaii, anywhere, with a tropical climate would not get enough cold temperatures in the winter for pawpaw to satisfy its chilling requirement. And pawpaw is also hardy to about minus 25 Fahrenheit, so it's quite cold hardy, but not cold hardy enough to grow in, Minnesota and North Dakota and areas like that where it gets extremely cold in the winters. So pawpaw is a native plant. You saw the native range on the previous slide. Native, the largest largest edible tree fruit native to North America. So in the wild, it's usually found in the understory of hardwood forests. It's often found along rivers, creeks, streams, areas like that. And they form these large patches by root suckers. So it could be, a large area that looks like hundreds of trees, but they're all shoots from one root system. You may have heard the song Way Down Yonder in the Pawpaw Patch. They form these big patches that are mostly root suckers. And so a lot of times in the wild, you don't see a lot of fruit on the trees, and that's for a few reasons. One, they don't produce as many fruit in the shade. And a lot of people think that they require shade, since in the wild they're found in the understory of forests that's a shady area, but they actually produce more fruit in full sun. In the shade, they just don't get enough energy needed from sunlight in order to produce a lot of fruit. One of probably the main reasons is pawpaw needs to cross-pollinate, and Dr. Pomper will talk about that a little bit more in a little bit. But to have good fruit set, pawpaw needs another genetically different tree to cross-pollinate with. And so remember, we said they form these big patches from one root system. So it may look like hundreds of trees, but if they're all from one root system, they're all the same genetically, and so they can't cross-pollinate with each other. So that's one of the main reasons that you don't see fruit in the wild. Sometimes there's a lack of pollinators too. Pawpaws are pollinated by flies and beetles rather than bees, and they just generally aren't as active or fly as long a distances. Sometimes the wild fruit are also poor quality also. They can be small, have a lot of seeds in them. So pawpaw being a native plant, there's a lot of kind of interesting history with pawpaws in the U.S. So the first written record of pawpaws was 1541. Hernando de Soto, that was an early Spanish explorer in the Americas, recorded that Native Americans were growing and eating pawpaws in the Mississippi River Valley area. So we know that Native Americans were responsible for a lot of the spread of pawpaws around the native range. Lewis and Clark, you might remember, were early American explorers. They had explored to the west coast to Oregon. When they were on their way back, in Missouri, they ran out of food, so they had to forage for food in order to keep going. They found wild pawpaws to forage in Missouri, and so Lewis and Clark recorded in their journal that pawpaws helped save them from starvation. So there's a lot of, pawpaw kind of works into American history a lot. George Washington, it's reported that chilled pawpaw fruit was his favorite dessert. Thomas Jefferson was a pawpaw fan, sent some seeds to friends in France. Daniel Boone, Mark Twain were also pawpaw fans. So as far as there being a commercial industry for pawpaw, it's a wild fruit. People, Native Americans have been foraging and eating them for thousands of years probably. But back in 1916, so over 100 years ago, the American Genetics Association had the best pawpaw contest. So they predicted that with intelligent breeding that a commercial pawpaw industry would begin. So pawpaw is a bigger crop now than it was back then, but we know it's not a huge commercial crop. You don't find it at Kroger and Meijer and places like that, right? So a big industry has not developed, and probably the main reason for that is the short shelf life of the fruit. So, so much of fruit and vegetable production is based on storing for a long time and shipping long distances. We get a lot of produce from California and Mexico and different areas. Pawpaw just, when it's ripe, it only keeps a couple of days at room temperature. It bruises really easily. So right now, it's more of a small local market for the fruit. So there has been growing interest in pawpaw from about the 90s on till today. The Pawpaw Foundation was founded in 1988. Then KSU, we started our pawpaw research program in 1990. The Ohio Pawpaw Festival, which is actually going to take place this weekend in around Albany, Ohio, Lake Snowdon, Ohio, began in 1999. Then the North American Pawpaw Growers Association, which started as the Ohio Pawpaw Growers Association, started in 2000. So there's been a lot of more, commercial plantings, pawpaw products on the market during that time also. So some of the goals of the pawpaw research program here at KSU: we want to preserve and evaluate genetic diversity in pawpaw. There's a lot of good wild material out there, and habitats are being lost to development, invasive species, things like that. So we want to preserve genetic diversity. We're doing breeding to develop new and improved cultivars, which we've released 3 so far: KSU Atwood, KSU Benson, and KSU Chappelle. And we're continuing doing breeding and evaluations to release new varieties in the future. We develop orchard management recommendations. We assist farmers, commercial producers, and then, homeowners and hobbyists also in pawpaw production. If you have questions about how to grow them, troubleshooting a problem you have, then we're here. Also developing post-harvest storage and value-added products with pawpaw. So if you want to grow pawpaws, these are some things that you want to keep in mind. First, you want to select a good site. And this is the case. Some of this is kind of geared towards an orchard, but it's the same thing if you're planting a couple of trees at your house. You want to choose a site that has good air drainage. So the lowest lying areas tend to be frost pockets because cold air is denser and heavier than warm air. So cold air settles in low-lying areas. And you can see a difference. We have a little bit of a slope in our orchard, and you can tell when we get a frost in the spring and it's kind of a borderline temperature, the trees in the lower-lying areas will have frost damage, or the flowers will be killed on the trees, and the trees that are on a little bit higher ground will not have any damage at all. So you can see a difference on high versus low ground. Ideally, you want to soil test before you plant trees, and your county extension office can help you with soil testing. And choosing a site, you ideally want to choose a site that gets at least part or preferably full sun for optimal fruit production or optimal yields. They will grow in the shade, they just won't produce as many fruit in the shade. Our recommended spacing is 8 to 10 feet between trees. You don't want to go any farther than 30 feet apart, or you'll start to see poor pollination, just because the flies and beetles don't fly quite as far as bees. And you do need at least 2 varieties for cross-pollination. So as far as maintaining your trees, a lot of the same things that you would do to most fruit trees. So pruning, which takes place in the spring, usually February or March is the time to prune. Pawpaws do not have to be pruned. You can prune them to a central leader, similar to an apple tree shape. And they're a little bit easier to harvest from. You can see the fruit better, reach the fruit better. It also makes a stronger tree because you're selecting the strongest scaffold branches, so you'll get fewer broken limbs. If you like the more natural bushy look, you can leave them mostly unpruned. And you see the difference, the photo on the left. The tree on the left is pruned like an apple tree. The tree on the right is basically unpruned. So you can see the difference in the growth habit of a pruned versus unpruned tree. They do need some irrigation, especially when they're newly planted. You want to get at least 1 inch of rain per week, but you want to keep them regularly irrigated so the soil isn't drying out too much. We use drip irrigation in our orchards. So fertilization, they do need some nitrogen. They're not super picky about the source. We've used, on potted trees especially, Peters or Miracle-Gro, like water-soluble fertilizer. In our orchards, we usually use urea, but we've also used organic fertilizer that's a bone feather blood meal. Fish emulsion, a lot of people use that. One thing about fertilization, you want to make sure you stop by August 1st because you don't want them putting on a lot of new green growth when they need to be shutting down for the fall. And you will see the photo on the right is a nitrogen deficient tree, so if you start to see yellowing, chlorotic leaves, then that's most likely a nutrient deficiency, which most often is nitrogen, but it can be other things too. So Pawpaw is pretty pest and disease-free as far as tree fruit crops go, a lot more insect and disease-free than peaches and apples that need a lot of spraying. One thing we see that is not a disease, but just an issue that you can see, is southwest injury or sun scald. So that is when, in the wintertime, the sun shines strongest on the southwest side of the tree. And so the tree is dormant, but where the sun shines on that southwest side of the tree, the bark heats up, the sap starts flowing again, and then it gets cold again, and it's kind of a freeze-thaw cycle. And it can cause the trunk to crack, which if it's really severe, it can kill the tree. So we paint our tree trunks white. So this is white latex paint. It's 2/3 paint, 1/3 water. We spray it on the tree. If you only have a few trees, you can paint it with a paintbrush. You could also use like a light-colored trunk wrap on the tree, would serve the same purpose. So it's just the lighter color will reflect the sunlight and prevent it from having such temperature fluctuations on the trunk. The main disease that we see with pawpaw is this fungal spot called Phylosticta. There's a few different organisms that are involved in this. And we've been doing some research on this. We looked at sulfur or copper to control it, which unfortunately were not very successful. We did try mancozeb, which is a mancozeb copper compound that worked fairly well. It really works better on the leaves than on the fruit because the fruit has kind of a waxy layer on the outside. But we do see that some varieties are more resistant than others. Our initial study was with sunflower and Susquehanna. So sunflower was more susceptible to it than Susquehanna. So these are a few insects that you may see, most of which are usually not a big problem. Probably the most common that you'll see is the Asimina webworm moth. And we have actually never had it here, but there's a grower that we work with in eastern Kentucky who's seen this quite a bit. And it's kind of like a fall webworm. It builds nests, kind of webs at the tips of branches. And it can, on a small tree, it can defoliate most of the tree. So usually there's few enough that you can just remove those nests and destroy them. BT would also work against it because it's a moth larva, so that's a biological control that would work against it. We also see the pawpaw peduncle borer, which is a moth that the larva burrows into quite a few different parts of the pawpaw, so into the stems of the flowers and makes them shrivel up. It will burrow into the small twigs and sometimes into the fruit. So the photo of the fruit that you see, the brown powdery stuff coming out of it, that's frass that indicates that there is a caterpillar or a larva inside. Which sounds bad, but it's generally very low numbers. We have counted and found it in 3 to 5% of the fruit here, and we probably have a bigger population of them here than most places just due to the large number of trees that we have. So 3 to 5% is not a threshold that you would worry about spraying for an insect pest. The pawpaw sphinx moth we've hardly ever seen. It looks kind of like a tobacco hornworm, tomato hornworm. Japanese beetles will occasionally feed on pawpaw leaves, but it's not one of their preferred food sources. They'll go for the blackberries and peaches and plums and grapes way before they'll go for the pawpaw trees. What's a bigger problem with pawpaws is the four-legged pests. Raccoons and possums love pawpaw fruit, so sometimes they will get the fruit before you can. Deer usually don't eat the fruit. They don't like to eat the foliage, and they usually don't eat the fruit. They do like to rub their antlers on the trunks. So we will use electric fencing to keep the deer out in smaller trees, just for that reason. Raccoons and possums are hard to keep out with an electric fence. So really the best way to do it is to beat them to the fruit, basically. So just get the fruit before they can. Yes?
Well, the raccoons finally found my tree this year, 3 years old, producing fruit 3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If, oh, never mind. Oh, I know what it is. If I had picked them, which I did yesterday, will they ripen after the fact? I've been told they won't, and I agree with that.
That's a good question. We were talking about beating the animals to the pawpaw fruit. So she asked, if you hand pick them, will they ripen off the tree? And if they have started ripening, yes. So the fruit have to be starting to get a little bit soft, and they don't have to be soft enough to eat yet. But if you feel them and they're starting to get just a tiny bit soft, then they will ripen off the tree. If they're hard as a rock, then they will not ripen off the tree.
How about if you put them in a bag with a banana?
That will help, but they still have to have started the ripening process. If they're completely hard, even putting them in a bag with a banana won't induce them to ripen. But that's a good question. So pawpaw cultivars, I'm going to go through some recommended pawpaw varieties. And a lot of people don't even know that there are named varieties of pawpaw. So like there's Honeycrisp apple, Gala apple. There are named improved cultivars of pawpaw as well. So pawpaws are not true to type from seed, which is true of most tree fruits because they cross-pollinate. So if you have a tree that you really like, you save a seed from the fruit, the seedling that grows, the fruit that it produces, is not going to be identical to the parent. It's going to be a cross of the two parents. So other disadvantages of growing seedlings are they take a few years longer to produce fruit. Seedlings take 7 or 8 years to produce fruit, whereas grafted trees take 3 to 4 years to produce fruit. So I'm going to go through some recommended varieties that have done well in our variety trials. I mentioned we do breeding here at KSU. We've developed several pawpaw varieties that are commercially available. KSU Atwood was the first of those. It has a nice mild mango flavor. It's our latest ripening cultivar of our 3, so mid-September is generally when KSU Atwood gets ripe. KSU Benson was our second cultivar release. It has a really distinctive round fruit. It's almost kind of a baseball-shaped fruit, a pretty dark orange-colored flesh. And this is our earliest ripening variety. It usually starts getting ripe at the end of August. KSU Chappelle was our third cultivar release, and it's kind of mid-season. It's kind of between Atwood and Benson. It's usually about the first week of September is when Chappelle starts ripening. One really unique thing about Chappelle, it's very vigorous and fast-growing. You can tell a difference in the grafted trees of KSU Chappelle grow a lot faster than other varieties. So it's high yielding. It's got a kind of a mild, creamy banana pineapple type flavor. So here's some other varieties that we recommend for this area. NC1, Overlease, which has kind of a melon or cantaloupe flavor, and Sunflower, which has a more mild flavor. Dr. Pomper calls the milder flavored pawpaws beginner's pawpaws, because a lot of times if you have eaten pawpaws a long time and you really like them, you like kind of the more strong, intense flavored pawpaws. People who have not eaten them before tend to like the milder flavored pawpaws. So that's the beginner's pawpaw. So the ones I showed before, are older varieties. These are from Neil Peterson's breeding program. So these are all trademarked or patented varieties. Potomac, which was the largest fruit in our variety trials. Shenandoah also has a mild flavor, so Shenandoah is another beginner's pawpaw. Wabash has really round fruit, kind of similar to Benson, kind of a baseball or softball shaped fruit. That's where it got its name. I think he was inspired by the Wabash Cannonball song, kind of cannonball-shaped fruit. Susquehanna is a really nice one. It often wins when we've had taste tests here or at the Ohio Pawpaw Festival. It often comes out on top. So Susquehanna has a really nice flavor. It's a little bit lower yielding is the only drawback, but The flavor is really excellent on that. So these are all some that have done well in our variety trials. So harvest usually starts here in Kentucky late August and goes through about the end of September. And one tricky thing about picking pawpaws, usually you can't tell by looking at them that they're ripe. The skin will be green even when they're ripe. Sometimes they will turn a little bit yellow, but for the most part, they're predominantly green even when they're ripe. So one thing, they will fall off the tree on their own when they're ripe. They'll fall on the ground when they're ripe. So you can go, and see a few fruit under a tree and know that it's starting to get ripe. You can also hand harvest, and we talked about that a minute ago. If the fruit is getting slightly soft, then you can hand harvest it and let it ripen off the tree.
What is that pawpaw? What variety is that pawpaw in this picture?
I don't know if I know.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
Yeah, she asked what variety the pawpaw in this photo is. You probably do you remember? I'm trying to tell by looking at it. It might be Atwood. Do you think? It's hard to tell by looking, to be honest. Yeah.
That looks more like the one I have than any of the other.
Okay. Yeah.
It's pretty big, and it's clusters, and it does not always turn really, really dark before it starts.
Yes. Yeah. Some of them will turn yellow. Some of them won't. But it's hard to tell. Most of them are not distinctive enough looking to tell by looking at the fruit. So they do bruise easily. So sometimes the fruit that drop on the ground get bruised, and you also want to handle them carefully. Don't stack them too deep in a box. That photo is actually kind of what not to do. Don't get a box and fill it up super deep, because the ones on the bottom will end up squished when they're ripe. I don't think I mentioned when they flower over a 3 to 4 week period. And so similarly, when they get ripe, pawpaws ripen over a 3 to 4 week period, which I think is an advantage because you don't get inundated with all of your fruit all at the same time. You're going to go out and you're going to pick 3 or 4 fruit a day over a 3 to 4 week period. So it'll be kind of spread out over the growing season. So post-harvest, we mentioned they bruise easily. They have a short shelf life. When they're ripe, only 2 or 3 days at room temperature will they last. So if you do pick them when they're just barely starting to get ripe, just a little bit soft, they'll keep better in the refrigerator at that stage. You can keep in the refrigerator for 2 or 3 weeks, and they will slowly ripen and bring them out at room temperature to ripen completely. But freezing them is the best way to store them long term, and we're going to do a processing demonstration this afternoon to show how to kind of process a puree and freeze them to store them, because otherwise the whole fresh fruit will not keep very long. So if you have pawpaw fruit that you want to sell, or you're looking for where can I buy fruit, generally it's at farmers markets, lots of local farmers markets. There are people selling pawpaw fruit. Some, small specialty produce markets like Good Foods Co-op, Good Foods Market in Lexington. I think sometimes Paul's Fruit Market in Louisville has them. Some people do online or mail order sales, which is kind of difficult. Being soft, they're a little bit difficult to ship, but some people do that. But value-added products are probably kind of the future of pawpaw products. Since the fruit itself has such a short shelf life, you can make jam or wine or beer, and that's something that you can have available year-round that's easier to ship. So as far as some value-add products that we see, one of the main ones is beer, wine, brandy, and we've got several local places. Jephthah Creek Distillery that's in Shelbyville makes a pawpaw brandy. Wildside Winery in Versailles makes pawpaw wine. We've had Siglusher here in Frankfort makes pawpaw beer. And Rising Sun Winery in Lawrenceburg does a pawpaw bourbon jam that's really good. Baked goods, you can substitute pawpaw. Basically any recipe that calls for banana, you can substitute equal parts of pawpaw, so like banana bread, pudding, things like that. Substitute just equal parts pawpaw for banana. And hot sauces and salsa, so it kind of a sweet, spicy flavor. And we've had some groups here that have done a little bit of research developing hot sauce recipes. There used to be this pawpaw chipotle hot sauce on the market, and I don't know that it is anymore. But a pawpaw barbecue sauce, things like that, kind of a sweet, spicy flavors. Pawpaw ice cream is one of everybody's favorite products. This is our recipe if you want to take a picture of it. And we are going to have ice cream at lunch for dessert. you'll get to have some pawpaw ice cream. So this is a really easy recipe that doesn't use eggs. You don't have to, use eggs and make a custard or things like that. And this does make about a gallon. So if you've got kind of a small home ice cream maker, you would want to cut the recipe in half or so. You can also, make smoothies, milkshakes, just mix the fruit with yogurt. So anything kind of creamy, pawpaw goes well with, since the fruit has kind of a creamy texture. Pawpaw jam, we will have some jam for you to try with the fruit tasting later this afternoon. And this is the recipe that we used for jam. And we did a little taste test trial. That's what you see in the photo with all the little cups, where we tried making it kind of like apple butter with a lot of spices and different recipes. And what people really liked the best was just this basic recipe that's just pawpaw and sugar and just the pectin that needs to set up and some fruit fresh that increases the acidity a little bit, just the, let the pawpaw flavor come through more. So I do want to remind you that we do have a website, so kysupawpaw.com. You can go to, we have a Facebook page. If you have Facebook, if you search KSU Pawpaw, that's updated. YouTube, we used to have a KSU Pawpaw on YouTube, but now most of our videos are on the KYSU Ag on YouTube. So does anybody have any questions before we move on to our next speaker? Yes?
So when you're planting different varieties, do you want to take note of late season, early season? When you're planting different varieties, do you need to be conscious of what types you're planting next to one another? Will a early season and a late season pawpaw pollinate properly, or do you need to have early and mid, early and so forth?
That's a good question. With pawpaw, you don't have to worry about that since they bloom over such a long period. I know with apples you do. There's like pairings with pollinators because they bloom at different times. But pawpaws, the flowering time does not differ very much among varieties, and since they flower over a 3 to 4 week period, even if they vary slightly, it would be like a day or two at the beginning of the flowering period and a day or two at the end, and the rest of the 3 week period, all the varieties would be flowering at the same time. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that with pawpaw. That's one good thing. He's gonna bring a mic.
I have a strain that my grandfather had in Paintsville, Kentucky. His tree was a singular tree in basically a neighborhood along the Big Sandy River, and it was self-pollinating. I've also had a friend of my father's who took, a sucker, and planted it in his yard, and it was self-pollinating. I've tried to do that in my yard, and they don't pollinate. They don't even look like they're going to pollinate. They do have flowers,
Yeah.
but I've never seen an insect on the flowers.
Well, that's interesting. That's good to know. And Dr. Pomper will talk more about pollination, but it is likely that some trees are more self-fertile than others. Generally you want two to get good fruit set, but with one tree you'll see some, usually a few fruit. And yeah, probably some are just genetically more self-fertile than others. So yeah, that's a good point. So that's probably the case with yours. Yes.
Hi. I have a wild seedling that was growing like a capital letter Y, so I put a brace on it to train it into that central leader shape. How long do you have to keep it that way?
A couple of years should be enough. That's a good question because we haven't really done that. I know that you can, we prune to shape the trees, but we haven't used the limb spacers or tried to, brace it to shape a tree. I would think about 2 years would be enough, and Dr. Pomper's nodding too, so I think he agrees. But yeah, we haven't done that, so I can't say for sure, but 2 years should be enough that it would grow enough and, get bigger in diameter and get into that shape more. So I'll take one more question, then we'll move on to Dr. Pomper. Yes, ma'am. We haven't tried trellising. They're a pretty small tree, so it's probably possible. There aren't dwarfing rootstocks for pawpaw, so we just graft onto seedling rootstock. So we don't have a dwarfing rootstock, but they're a small enough tree. You can prune them to keep them smaller than they'd naturally be. Cut out the central leader and prune them to keep them shorter and smaller, also. So. Okay, are we okay on time?
Yeah, we have two. I think we have time.
Okay.
The first one is, besides Chappelle and Mango, are there any other varieties that grow quickly?
Those are the two most vigorously growing varieties I can think of. KSU, Chappelle, and Mango are kind of the fastest growing, most vigorous varieties. Yeah.
And then our second one is, can I breed my first year pawpaw seedlings indoors to prolong growing?
You want to let them go dormant for the winter, so it just kind of throws their growth cycle off if you try to keep them growing during the winter. You can lengthen the growing season a little bit, so if you have greenhouses, you can keep, or you could do it inside too, have the heat on and growth lights going to lengthen the season, but at some point they need to go somewhere that's cool, that's between 32 and 45 is the optimum temperatures, cool for them to go dormant and satisfy their chilling requirements, so at least a few months in that condition. Dr. Pomper's actually going to talk about chilling requirements, how many hours they need at that temperature, and then bring them out. You could bring them out in February or March to start warming up, but they do need a dormant period, so you can't keep them growing all the time, but you could, if you have a greenhouse or grow lights, you could lengthen the growing season. So. Okay, well, thank you all, and I'll be around if anybody has any other questions. I want to introduce Dr. Pomper as our next speaker. You all probably know Dr. Pomper. He's a professor of horticulture, but he's also director of land grant programs and dean of the College of Agriculture, Community, and the Sciences, but he still is very involved in Pawpaw. So he's going to talk about kind of a research update on what we've been doing.
Great, thank you, Sherry. And before we get started, there are a few folks I just wanted to recognize in the audience. Actually, I see a number of people, but I wanted to point to Ron Powell if you want to stand or wave your hand. He is the person who really started the Ohio Pawpaw Growers Association and the North American Pawpaw Growers Association. So we're happy to have Ron here. And also Snake Jones, who you may have seen her name on some of the early Pawpaw publications. Snake, if you want to raise your hand. She was here at the beginning. I think she was on the search committee, she said, hired me. So I guess I should thank her even for that too. But yeah, she was here and helped really start the Pawpaw program through the beginning years too. And then Representative Pfister, I want to thank him for coming out today and his support of agriculture in Kentucky and KSU. Thank you for coming too. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to get down more in the weeds a little bit and kind of focus on a few questions that people often ask about Pawpaw. And basically the different things that Sherry just talked about in terms of recommendations, they're based on experiments that were conducted, right? And that's the thing, is we want to give science-based information to folks, because sometimes you see something, you think that's the case, but then it doesn't ever happen again, right? So you want to have replicated experiments, be able to give recommendations. So I'm going to talk about some of the work that we've done and some of my graduate students have done over the last few years, and just kind of summarize a few of those things. And I think we've had some discussions already. I know that some folks are going to be asking me about trying to start pawpaw seeds, and they do need a period of chilling. Pawpaw is a temperate tree, and so the seeds need some chilling to germinate. They need to go into a dormant period and get some chilling to have flowers and to produce leaves in the spring, and so we'll talk about that in a little bit. But they do require a period of maybe about 3 months in a refrigerator. So if you take them out of the fruit today, you take a few seeds, you rinse them off, you put them maybe in some peat moss, because they really shouldn't dry out. They should be kept moist, because they're kind of a big, fleshy, high water content seed. And you want to keep them in the refrigerator in that Ziploc bag, where your significant other is going to say, what is that in the back of the refrigerator for 3 months? But, that's okay. And then when you take them out, you can plant them, and they're going to have a much higher germination rate. And that's some work that was actually done here by some of our students in the past. And we've also looked at if, some people are tempted to put the pawpaw seed in the freezer, but it kills the seed to do that because it's a big high water content seed, so it'll freeze, right? So that'll kill the seed, so don't put it in the freezer. But we've done a number of different things on fertilizer and pot recommendations. I know that a lot of people ask me, what kind of pots should you use if you're going to grow up a seedling? And that's some experiments too that I won't talk about today, but they got a big strong taproot, so you should use a tall pot. Otherwise, if you use these kind of very short pots, the taproot's going to go around like that, and then when you plant out the tree, it won't establish very well. So these are some things that we've actually done a lot of experiments on through the years. I'm going to focus a little bit on a little more on propagation right now. And there was a number of different things that we've done with looking at how to clonally propagate pawpaw. I think someone asked before, is there a pawpaw rootstock? I really wish there was. There's not a clonal rootstock like there is with apple that will then impart dwarfing on the scion or the variety up above. But we've been trying to do these things, and we wouldn't even mind just having these named varieties of pawpaw on their own roots, right? We'd like to do that too. But we've tried clonally propagating, and basically the only thing that's really worked very well for us is grafting and budding, and even that has its limitations. So we did an experiment actually with Matt Behrens, who's actually maybe here around somewhere right now. He looked at a number of different techniques, and one is, this is a technique that maybe some of you have used if you're really into perennial fruit crops, tea budding, where you take a little bud out of one tree and you flip it over and wrap it in to this rootstock by making a little fold and then put it in together, and then hopefully that heals and you get a bud that grows out into that variety or tree. And we use chip budding a lot. A lot of folks, if you had our grafting demonstrations that we've had in the past, if you take a little chip out with the bud from the variety you're trying to propagate, and then take out a little chip, a corresponding chip in a rootstock, and put it in, as you see in these photos, then that bud grows out and becomes the variety. And it's just the seedling becomes the rootstock, but the top that grows out is the new variety. And then a lot of people do whip and tongue. Now, I've gone to Northwoods Nursery, which is probably still the biggest nursery that produces pawpaws in the United States. And so they produce thousands and thousands and thousands of trees. And they have guys with little razor blades, and they just quickly do this little cut where basically they insert together the two different parts of wood, and they usually put in one bud at the top and then wrap it. A lot of times we use parafilm. That's what you see, that film, to kind of keep the bud moist. And then there's also a lot of folks who want to try top grafters, and this is like making a puzzle piece. You take a piece of wood, and this device basically makes a puzzle part, and then you do that for the rootstock, or you do it with the scion, and it works. So what we wanted to do, and this is Matt's study, is he wanted to compare which one worked the best, because a lot of people are asking this. And really what it came down to is that the whip and tongue was really successful, and that's something in the nursery trade really does. And so if you're interested in trying to propagate some of your own pawpaw variety, or the varieties onto your own rootstock, that's the one that really works well. Chip budding also works pretty well. Usually we even have a higher percent take of those chip buds than that for propagation. But tea budding really didn't do very well. I didn't even talk about it, but green buds, if you take this year's buds and put them on, that does not work well, at least it didn't for this study. So whip and tongue is really the best way, or chip budding if you want to do some of your own grafting of propagating these varieties onto your own seedling trees. And you can top work wild trees. A lot of people do that right in their patches, or you can grow up these seedlings in pots and do it there. So a few more summary items. Sherry mentioned this. We have a study, this kind of planting as you drove in on the right up here is what's left of that planting, but we started this rootstock trial in 2004. We wanted to see if different seed sources imparted any other characteristics on the varieties, and it was Sunflower and Susquehanna, those two named varieties. Well, the long and the short of it is, didn't make any difference. The seed, where the seed came from did not affect the growth. But what did was the other thing we did in combination with those trees, and that's this central leader versus minimal pruning. Because a lot of folks in the apple world, you're going to do this central leader training. So on the one on my left, your right, it has these very nice right-angled branches coming out, right? And so basically, I can't really use the on one side or the other, but basically, the right-angled branches are a lot more sturdy, right? And they're going to hold up fruit a lot more. And if you've had a pawpaw tree and you've got a lot of fruit on any of these limbs, a lot of times the wind will come and break those branches. That's probably one of the most common things that happens in Kentucky is limb breakage with fruit on those limbs and wind. And when you do the central leader pruning, it really creates a better framework that allows you to be able to have that more sturdy. Now, the other thing I wanted to make sure I put on here is that there was a little difference in survival. There was that, but that's the only other thing. Now, the one thing we did find is when you do the central leader versus just basically let them grow, it does delay the full production of the trees a little bit. It's maybe about 20%, but at least it's you're still building out a really good framework tree that's not going to be damaged by the wind as much through the years, and it's much easier to pick and some of the other things that Sherry said. So it's good to do that. As I said, about 25% reduction the first year, but it's really a strong tree, and so it's worth doing that. And we didn't use spacers; we were just selecting for the most right-angled branches, and that did work for us. So now I'm going to talk just very briefly about pollination biology. Now, this is a question we get a lot: is are pawpaw trees self-fruitful, right? And do I have to plant 1 or 2 trees or 3 trees? What should I be planting? And so we basically have noticed in the past that sometimes trees that are all by themselves do have fruit. In fact, a good example of that is the Frankfurt Cemetery. If you drive in, there's a pawpaw tree that we donated years ago. It's the only one that survived, so it's this big tree kind of toward the front, and it always has fruit. There's not another pawpaw tree anywhere around, right? And so there's not going to be pollen exchange. It must be pollen exchange within the tree. And so, but once again, we got to confirm that because maybe there's a pawpaw around we don't know about. And so basically in the spring, as Sherry pointed out, we've got the flowering of pawpaws maybe starting, used to be kind of when the redwoods would flower around April 20th. Now it seems like we're always earlier. So it could be around the 10th, anytime after the 10th of April, you're going to see pawpaws flowering, or even before sometimes. And both the male and female plant parts of the flower are on the same flower. So we do think there needs to be cross-pollination. We wanted to confirm that, and then find out if some of them are self-fruitful. And in the spring, if you go out and look at your pawpaw flowers, you're going to see flies. You're going to see every kind of possible insect out, because usually it's early and everything is around. And they do have kind of a fetid odor and kind of a meaty odor, and that's why flies are attracted to them. Some people will go and put roadkill out, or chickens or other things to bring in more flies to improve pollination. And in our case, we've got millions of goats. No, actually it's about 250. But anyways, it's still a lot of goats. And so there's always a lot of flies here for pollination. So basically what we did is we had, my graduate student went out and made hundreds and hundreds of crosses out here between Susquehanna and Sunflower, and then she did selfs. And you're going to just have to imagine this, because I didn't want to get into the materials and methods that much. But basically then we grew up the seedling trees from the seeds, took the leaves, extracted the DNA, and then we've got some specific markers that we use to amplify. So it's DNA fingerprinting, just like they do in the CSI labs, right? But we do it with Pawpaw. And so basically we can tell whether that it's a result of a cross, or if it's a self, or if they took. And so basically across the yellow line, what this tells you is that at least 13% of the Susquehanna by Susquehanna actually did self. So that does answer the question. They can self. It's just that if you have a cross-pollination, it's a lot more, right? And so that's the thing, is they're self-fruitful, but if you've got other trees nearby, and the same thing happened with over on the other side, it basically shows that they can self, but you're going to have better fruit set with other varieties nearby. Now, we still don't really know which of the best combinations are, so probably plant 3 different varieties together to really maximize your pollination. That's probably the best thing to do right now as we start developing recommendations of which ones serve as the best pollinizers or pollinizers for each. So chilling and flowering. So there's the Pawpaw's native range, as Sherry talked about, it's pretty big. And there are people who've selected Pawpaw varieties from all the way up, southern Ontario down to even northern Florida. And so when you think about the differences in those climates, there's going to be a lot of, or at least could be, differences on how much chilling is required by a pawpaw, right, is a mechanism. Plants do this. They want to have a little internal clock to make sure that they don't flower or leaf out too early, right? And so temperate plants like pawpaw have to have a chilling requirement satisfied, and then they can have the capacity to leaf out. Apples are the same way, peaches. And so basically, even though we find pawpaw across these different growing zones, everything from zone 5 to 8, they are going to require some chilling. But some people have selected different varieties from the southern part of the range and central and northern. So there's always that question of, which ones should I plant? And so dormancy release is really, it's about the number of hours of accumulation. I'll show you this in a minute, but there's different models that look at that. But usually it's between about freezing at about 32 degrees Fahrenheit and maybe about 50. And it's a number of hours of chilling. And then some models use, like, if you get above 50 and it gets warmer, it subtracts from the number of hours of chilling. There's lots of ways to calculate this. But you have to have a certain number of hours of chilling in order to have the flower able to then come out and be pollinated, and then the leaves to come out. And if you don't get enough chilling, and this happens sometimes with pawpaws, they're like selected in Ohio or other places and then grown in northern Florida, and if they don't get enough chilling, then they come out late, they kind of erratic bud break. They will still flower or come out, but they'll be delayed, and it can really delay the whole process of trying to set fruit. Does seem like we're in a period of changing climate. Seems like it's, I've been here 23 years. We couldn't grow peaches in Kentucky when I first came here reliably, and now we recommend growing peaches because it really, the climate's been warming, and of course we see these variabilities going on. So it does seem like there's a change in the climate going on. If we continue to warm, it's going to be even bigger changes probably. We see eastern Kentucky floods. We see all these different things. So if that's the case, is that going to impact also how we're going to be growing our fruit crops and which varieties we should plant? So these are things that we're thinking about all across agriculture right now, because we don't want to get caught where we don't have crops really that are adaptive. We do have more rapid changing or a changing climate. And there's already been people who've looked at when flowering happens. Right now in Kentucky, there are certain plants that are flowering earlier than they used to, and so butterflies or other insects are not able to kind of sequence like they used to, and so it affects the ecosystems. And so we wanted to know if we are going to have these changing temperatures and the future, is that going to impact pawpaw production and that chilling we just talked about? And so I had a student actually looked at pawpaw varieties, and then also another student looked at pawpaws that were from different parts of the country, northern and southern. I'm just going to talk about the varieties today. And so basically they were looking at this chilling hour model, As I said, there's this Utah model where it looks at the chilling accumulation, but then anything that's over about 60 is subtracted against. But there's different ways that we've used to look at apple tree flowering for a long time, and because there are low chill apples like Anne, right? They only require like 400 hours of chilling, and then there's higher chill apples to try and make sure that you don't have an apple that flowers too early and then the frost kill the flowers or the fruit. So we didn't know anything about pawpaw chilling requirements right now across the variety, so that's what we wanted to know. So we did have and we wanted to thank Ron, because Ron, we used a number of his varieties on this too. We actually started collecting every week, basically collecting these stems from the various varieties, bringing them back to the laboratory under set conditions then, and looking at how long it took for them to flower. So we did look at 22 different varieties. This might look a little small up there now when I look at it right now, but a lot of these are either the Neil Peterson selections or our selections or other varieties that people are quite interested in. And these come from a real range. You can see the states on the side, from Kentucky, Ohio, Illinois, really a range of different climates. And so basically took these stems, put them in water, put them under light under a set photo period, and waited for them to flower. And he looked at then when they actually had 25% of the buds fully open. And then we could calculate the number of chilling hours because we've got these sensors out in the field, right? And so basically he's rating whether they're dormant, slightly expanded, or open, and that's what he's looking at. This is a lot of work. He spent a lot of time in the lab looking at twigs and driving up and getting twigs. And I don't know, Ron, do you have any trees left after he took all those twigs? A few? They're well pruned, he said, so yes. And we repeated it another year, so that's the other problem. But so looking at this, and we were looking at what surpassed that 25-day bud break, and we did have two that failed to actually get 25% bud break, and that probably means the material just wasn't real good. It didn't have enough buds, and the tree might have, we just didn't take the best branches because the tree was maybe not the best. But with all the other varieties, the 20 that we did see, and the 18 of those, we did see a range that went basically from 647 hours of that chilling between that, about 40 and 32, 45 and 32, to wells at 707. So you really did see a range, but it wasn't as big as we were really expecting. Really, we thought we might see something that was like 400 and 1,100. So it's actually a lot narrower than we thought. And so that's good information, because basically that says that you can plant pawpaw from one area in another area from where it's been selected. It's going to have about the same chilling requirement. The problem you get into, and this is where Andrew, our other graduate student, also did the calculations on how much heat they were getting then over the spring. And it looks like the real difference that there might be between varieties down the line is how they respond after they get their chilling, right? So they get the chilling, maybe they get the chilling fulfilled by early February, but then how much heat units or how many warm days they get after that might actually determine, it might be variety dependent, whether they really flower earlier or not. So that's something we've got to examine pretty closely, because what that means is if some of these varieties are going to be more responsive to heating, then they're going to flower too early, because I can guarantee you, being in Kentucky now, as long as I have, variability is always the thing, right? In the spring, you know you're going to have these beautiful days, and then there's going to be an April frost. It's going to happen, and so we always have these late April frosts. And so if they have flowered too early, or if the timing is not right, it's going to be a real problem. So we're looking at that right now. We're actually kind of looking at that data, and we may have to repeat some things, but that may be the bigger determiner, is how they respond to the heat units, not the chilling. So you see, these are things we need to do, in science to really figure out what's going on. Biology is difficult. Pawpaws different from apples, everything. That's what we need to have these types of projects, because otherwise we're just not going to know the truth. And we could look at something one day and say, oh, I think that's the case, but unless you actually go out there, replicate it, look at other varieties, you just don't have the reliable data to make decisions. So that's why we do these things. So basically, first of its kind in determining pawpaw chilling requirements for these varieties, did find that they need about 650 to 750 hours of chilling, and so we really don't want earlier flowering. Really, we don't, and so we're going to further screen. But it was a nice couple of thesis projects for the students, and we learned a lot. Want to finish up just briefly touching on the breeding program, and Sherry already talked about our release of KSU Atwood, KSU Benson, and KSU Chappelle, all good varieties, all really good, different in their flavor characteristics and when they flower and ripen, but or not flower, but when they ripen. And we do have a few varieties that are in trials around right now, or selections that might become varieties. We'll see. I guess right now there are a couple of promising ones. What we do have though is also we've had students making crosses on those trees, right? Then we've taken those seedlings and we've planted them out. And so a lot of these are between sunflower and Susquehanna, which are, sunflower tends to be very productive, but not a very flavorful fruit. Susquehanna tends to be a really good flavored fruit, but not very productive. And so that's why we did a lot of crosses between those two. I know we've done other crosses too, trying to maybe incorporate some Phylosticta resistance and some other things. So we probably put out almost 1,000 trees now out there. And, and that was, and it's starting about 5 years ago, and now we're actually getting some fruit on those trees. I always threatened that when I would get to a certain point, I would step down and just do that for my last few years, but I feel like I've got to keep going right now in my other dean's role, so I'm going to keep doing that too. But I'm still out here tasting pawpaws occasionally. But I think in the next few years, we're going to have some really interesting material. This tree, I think it's the one right in the very front here, actually had a really good flavored fruit, and it was extremely firm. It was one of the firmest fully ripe fruit for a potential variety that I've ever tasted and held. And if that's the case, if this continues to produce these firm fruit that taste really good, firm fruit would be a really great characteristic, right? And there's a number of things we look at right now. We'd like to have a firm fruit so it ships better, right? It won't bruise as easily when we put it in the box. Because right now, Neil Peterson and I, we would send each other fruit in different boxes, and we've tried vermiculite and foam, anything soft you can think of, and you put the ripe fruit in it, and it still gets bruised, right, by FedEx or whatever. It's sometimes we think the seed even moving inside the fruit probably bruises the inside of the fruit, right? So just shaking it. Yes?
I used to ship porcelain to Catalina, California.
Yeah.
What I did was, I wrapped it well in bubble pack.
Yeah.
Made sure it was perfectly sealed. Went to Lowe's and bought that spray foam.
Yeah. Oh, spray foam. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I've done bubble wrap before, and I think the key is when I send a lot of fruit to somebody, or I send fruit to somebody, I send a lot because some of it's not going to make it, right? And so, but bubble wrap is another thing we've tried. But overall, the best thing we could have is if we could have some firmness, and Susquehanna has some firmness, but not enough. And so, but the kind of things we're looking for right now is we want firmness. We want something that's a high percentage of pulp to seed, right? We want something that's got a good flavor and a good color. We don't want it necessarily really super sweet, but we do want it to have a good flavor. A color break. Now, we just talked about this. Sometimes pawpaws tend to have a little bit of a yellowing when they ripen, but it's not consistent. We'd love to have a consistent thing where if we could go in the tree and just pick the yellow fruit, right, that we know is ripe, that would be really helpful. But right now we don't really have that. But we have some selections out there, some material that maybe has a little yellowing as it's ripening. So maybe out in the wild somewhere there is something that has a color break, and that's what we go out and collect from the wild, and we ask people to tell us about unique material they might find, because if we could get that, maybe we could use it in the breeding too to incorporate, because I'd love to have to not go through and feel all the fruit on a tree. I just did that in my backyard last night, and I'm reaching up and trying to see if there's fruit that's ripe. If it was yellow, that would be such a nice thing, but we just don't have that as a reliable color indicator right now. But I am excited that, we're going to, hopefully there will be in those 1,000 trees a couple of nice new varieties in the future. I used to work for the hazelnut breeding program, and their idea was for about every 20,000 trees, there was one variety. I think we're doing better than that right now with Pawpaw, thank goodness. But it is a whittling down process about trying to find the best selections and whether then they can be stably propagated and still produce fruit in the same manner, right? So that's something we have to look at. So we have grower trials and other trials that we work with the University of Kentucky on at Quicksand, other places like that, where we grow varieties out and see if they do the same thing that they do here. So I'm excited about Pawpaw, and I'm glad you could come here and celebrate the National Pawpaw Day with us. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to take them right now. Yeah, we'll bring the microphone over. Yeah.
Hey. Getting back, I didn't want to interrupt you at the time, but I planted my tree, and of course I've got the branches sweeping down onto the lawn, blah, blah, blah. Okay, after it frosts this year, can I prune the tree then?
So overall, you don't want to prune right before you go into winter, because pruning tends to actually invigorate the tree a little bit. And that's a bad thing because, in Kentucky, sometimes we have these really nice falls, but then suddenly we get a real cold snap. And that's why we don't, as Sherry said, we don't fertilize after August, because we want the tree to start shutting down naturally. And if we do any pruning or fertilization, it will not be able to shut down and be able to survive the winter temperatures.
Can I prune it, and if so, when do I do it?
So you should prune really after that chilling period has been satisfied. So the best time to prune probably is late February into March. That'd be the best time. Yeah, when they're still dormant. I think there's another question in the back here.
As the mic comes over, we'll ask a virtual question.
Okay.
Have you done trials on using local wild rootstock in an orchard setting rather than grafting onto wild trees?
So we've done a bit of both, and so we actually have grafted on different seedling stocks of seed. And then we've used mixed seed. We do tend to say that you probably want to grow up local seedlings to be able to graft onto, because you think they're at least a little better adapted to that region. So that would be the optimal thing to do, since we really don't have any kind of clonal rootstock.
Yes, time frame for chip budding, earliest to latest, please.
So for the budding, really all those types of techniques are best when the rootstock is just starting to grow and leaf out. So when it's leafed out, that's the best time. So if you push them in greenhouses, or if you have them leafing out, they're best. The rootstock is best to actually chip bud or whip and tongue when the rootstock is actively growing. So, but pretty early on too, right? So probably like May or would be the best. Yeah. Oh, so I guess we have grafted as late as into June while they're still actively growing. Now the problem is, and this is the problem when you get out into the field, especially when it gets pretty warm, those buds don't take as well, right? When heat tends to kind of inhibit the growth of those buds a little bit. So really, if you're going to do field grafting, really, May, maybe early June, but May is when you really want to do that. And that's when we had a number of demonstrations about a different type of kind of cleft graft that we do, in a bark inlay graft. We were doing that at that time of year, and I think that's still on the video, right, Sherry, about that. And so Neil we had actually a film about that. So, but you don't want to wait too long, because that was our concern. Is in fact some of the ones we did later, that was part of the experiment, did not have as high a take, and we were even trying to use like aluminum foil sometimes to try and delay that. But it's once you get into the heat of June, you're not going to have a high take anymore. Yeah.
In the spring, have you tried that?
So, some people do green budding. We just haven't been very. So that's another thing you could do is basically a chip bud with a bud from this year that's been formed. So Neil Peterson has done this where maybe he will harvest buds in August and then bud onto them in September, the dormant buds, right? And then they will go through the winter, and then they'll come out in the spring. I just haven't been very successful at that, but I know that Neil has had some success at that. Otherwise, actively growing buds will not be successful because they're just going to need too much water. They're not going to be able to establish the connections quick enough to be able to keep the bud alive. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Oh. Yep, got one more up here.
So you've got 1,000 trees. What do you do with all the fruit?
Well, that's a good question. Now, we do extract quite a bit of it. We have these tasting events. We do have other nurseries that come out and actually pick up the fruit and then extract the seeds and use it for their nursery. We tend not. We don't want to be a pawpaw seller, okay? Because otherwise, we're trying to get small farmers to actually sell pawpaw fruit and make money. So if we go out there and inundate the market with pawpaws, we're not doing any favors to our small farmers. So that's what we don't want to do. And so there's several things that happen to it. Either it's going to get extracted, a lot of it gets weighed, as we do these trials, and then we do extract pulp and we do different demonstrations with it. And sometimes we do have some companies that want to try some things, they'll try it out. But we don't really want to get in the business of selling the fruit. And so that's why some of it ends up on the ground, but then either Department of Forestry comes out or several nurseries and collect those rotten fruit and extract the seeds, because we do have a seed extractor that they can use. So that's kind of what happens. I know it sounds bad. I actually had a friend of mine, a peach breeder in Clemson named Greg Riegert, and they always have these extra peaches, and they're literally almost fist fights over what's going to happen to the peaches. I want the peaches. I want to sell them. And I know it sounds horrible. He would, in the end, just let them drop to the ground, take and put them in the landfill. And that's because it was just too complicated to be able to either sell them or have folks bid on them, because it's just people are never really happy with that situation sometimes either. But we want our small farmers to be the people who are out there selling the fruit and making money off our recommendations. So let's see. I'm probably going to run over if I'm not careful. So I guess we're going to move on. I'm going to turn it over to Sherry. Now, thank you very much. I'll be around today, so if you have any more questions, I'll be here most of the day. And I'm going to turn it over to Sherry to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Pomper. So our next speaker is with us from The Ohio State University, Sarah Francino. She is a PhD student at The Ohio State University Environmental Science Graduate Program, and she's going to talk to us about how to manage wild pawpaw patches. So Sarah, thank you for joining us today. And it's just a normal clicker.
Awesome, thank you. Yep. Hello, everyone. I work with, is the microphone at the right height? Okay. I work with Dr. Matt Davies and Dr. Joseph Sheerans up at Ohio State. And we started this research because Dr. Davies was really interested in wild pawpaw patches. He's in environmental and natural resources, and he wanted to figure out how to incentivize woodland owners to manage their woodlands and also get something out of it. So Sherry has thankfully gone through the 101. So our main goal here is to incentivize growers to manage their pawpaw patches, to maybe get some increased production out of these patches. As Sherry touched on, wild pawpaw patches have low yields. There's variable in quality in these fruits. They're hard to harvest because they can be 20 foot up in the air, and I don't know if anyone else has had the experience of a pawpaw dropping on your head, but it's not the best. So we were looking, the initial study we did looked at 5 different woodses across the state of Ohio to see what affected the production of the trees the most. And we had those ideas that it would be light, it would be pollination, there would be genetic diversity. So we attempted to gather all that data and put it into a slightly complicated analysis. And what we found here, let me see if I can use this. Yes. Whoop. So if you can see here, the red patches, the red dots are open patches, and then our blue dots there are all the patches that were fully enclosed by the canopy. On the x-axis, you can see that the probability, there we go. And move it this way. Sorry, this pointer is really interesting, really cool, but it is not the easiest thing to use. So we have over here the probability of producing a fruit and then the size of the fruit down here. So the open patches had a higher probability of producing a fruit at a smaller size of tree, which would make sense with what Sherry has said that we know of, but we thought that it might also be linked to the soil, the nutrients in the soil, and other effects, other things that were affected, but this is what bore out as the most important factor. In light of that, we decided to manage half of the plots that we have, clear out the understory, clear out the invasives, and clear out some of the smaller trees that were competing with the pawpaw trees. So if you look here, you can see this is the pawpaw. It's very hard to photograph pawpaws in the wild, but that's the main stem here, and you can see over here that it was very heavily invaded with honeysuckle before, and now it's all cleared out. So now you can see the pawpaw patch. Dr. Davies helped me do this, and I'm eternally grateful for his help because it took us 6 or 7 hours to clear a plot, and that's 20 square meters, and I don't know how to calculate that into feet, but it was a lot of work. So here's another one of the clearing, and we tried to take everything out of that understory. But it's hard when you have these large beech trees and larger trees that you don't want to take out because you want to still preserve those hardwood trees in the forest. So we really wanted to increase production, know where to plant, which was something that people were talking about, and we wanted to control invasives. So we still haven't done the understanding the costs, and I was meant to do that, but pawpaw season got the best of me. I've been doing other things instead. I'm so sorry. So we've been monitoring the patches since. This was one of the pictures. You can see here, we have had a lot of regrowth of the understory, but the pawpaws seem to be doing very well. And this is one of the patches at Ron's, and a patch that had never produced fruit in 5 years. We had 5 fruit in that patch, which is only anecdotal, and we need multiple more years, but it was really exciting to see that at least this year, this has helped. So we're also doing some other work. We've inventoried the plots. We're looking at how much, this is a PRA reader, and we stick this up and measure the amount of sunlight that's getting to the trees to look at the total radiation that's actually getting to pawpaws. So we're also looking with a new grant at a bunch of other things with wild trees. We're looking at pollination in the woodlands because, as Dr. Pomper was talking about, pollination in the orchard we're interested in if they're self-fertile, but also there's some interesting, we don't know how to test very well without lots of genetic research on if a patch is clonal or not. And so we're trying to figure out what's the best method for pollination in the wild. So we did a pilot study this year. These are the flowers beforehand, and then we pollinated some with pollen from the same patches and from a separate woods. And you can see here, whoop, I was right on it before, the immature fruit, and we bagged everything. And then here are some of the aborted fruit. They had some seed development in there, so that's very interesting because figuring out why the fruit abort is going to be maybe part of and parcel to what we are looking at in this study. I'm only tangentially involved in that. And then one of the things our growers up in Ohio have asked for a lot is how do we establish new stands in the woods? So we did a very large effort of inventorying at a field site with no pawpaws, and we inventoried all the trees, all the species out there beforehand, and then we planted pawpaw trees. In this, you can see Dr. Davies putting up tree guards, and I think there's one more picture. Yes. So we have initial survival data, and it looks like we have pretty good, like 80–90% survival. But the big thing here is that the tree guards were the important factor because the deer decided that they wanted to browse pawpaw trees. They're very naive up there to what pawpaws are, and probably they won't browse them again, but they did take back the seedlings. And then we planted out some cultivar trees in pots and some seeds, and the raccoons decided that they were the most interesting thing, which Ron probably would have been able to predict because raccoons just absolutely adore pawpaws, and apparently the seeds of them even. So we've also been doing a shading experiment to see, trying to pull out each individual factor and see how it affects the quality in the woodlands and put it into the orchard. So we enclosed a total of 18 trees this year. We've had some setbacks. As you can see, that shade enclosure fell over, and then we had to re-put it up. We don't have any initial findings on that, but hopefully when we get all those done, I'll come back and tell you all about it. We're also trying to do a reciprocal grafting experiment into the woods. So we're taking cultivars, grafting it into the woods. On the same trees, we're taking that genetic material and putting it into full sun plantings. And we did have some take, but we didn't have as much success in grafting in the woodlands. So either and I'm not the greatest grafter, which is totally possible because grafting's hard, or it's for another reason that it was at the wrong time of year or something like that. We're hoping to get out of this if the genetic material in the woods is further along and produces the same quality of fruit as as cultivar trees that are then grafted into the woods. We have one last experiment. We are looking at interspecies plantings in new pawpaw trees. So we're using black walnuts and chestnuts, which many people think that black walnuts won't have an allelopathic agent in them that won't let other trees grow around them. So we're testing that out, but we're also putting chestnuts in. And we just put this planting in this past spring, so I think that it had the same survival rating with a little bit of deer browse and stuff like that, but I haven't been out to it yet to see that. I just wanted to thank Ron Powell and our other growers who help us with the wild plantings, and also the Ohio Department of Agriculture for funding this work. What questions do you guys have for me?
So this is a question that may not be directed specifically at you, but any of the presenters. Some of us have hills, mountainous, different exposures. Do the exposures affect, I'm sure it does, but what exposures are better for growing pawpaw? I know some exposures, because they get less warmth and heat, they will bud later. I understand that could be a good thing, so you don't have a late frost damage as compared to being on a warmer side, and maybe you have an earlier bud break, and then you have frost damage. So I was wondering if we had any feedback or results to share there.
I think it's is it the north-facing slope? I don't, oh, it's okay.
Yeah, I think, the north-facing slopes have warm up slower, and so, I mean, it's kind of interesting. At my house, I've got a bunch of pawpaw trees that are definitely more shaded, and they're always about a week and a half, even later than the farm out here. So it really does make a big difference on exposure. So it can, it can work for you, against you. I guess the big thing is air drainage too. If you've got, a nice slope, so you're getting a lot of air movements, you're not getting that pooling of air. It's gonna maybe help you if you're flowering earlier or not. If you're north facing and it is more down in, that might be a better thing because they're gonna flower later. But like anything else, we work with the property we have, and so we do what we can. Yeah.
You had a question over here?
Thank you. I just wanted to make mention that you were planting pawpaws by walnut trees, and we own a property here in Frankfurt, actually in Waukee State from it, and it has like 20 or 30 walnut trees on it, but we also have quite a few stands of pawpaw trees right next to the walnut trees.
Oh, that's cool.
So I'm thinking that eventually you'll find that they do grow next to walnut trees quite easily.
Well, that's good. I'm very happy to hear that because still have to do the experiments, but I've not seen in the wild them growing that way, so it's really good to know that they're actually doing that somewhere.
Well, I'm glad he said something so I wouldn't look like an idiot, but from the time with my grandmother walking creeks and riverbanks, she would always, hey, there's a walnut, let's go see if there's any pawpaws. They grow together. They are always together. Whenever you find them out and around, now I'm talking about central Kentucky,
Yeah.
but they form together.
Really? Because
Yes.
I've never, we've definitely different woods, the types of trees that grow up in Ohio, and I just haven't, the walnut trees don't seem to grow in the same place, like they're more of a standalone tree in Ohio, it seems like. They don't grow in the forests that I've seen. So that's really, that might be with the climate change that Kirk talked about, it might be that we have more of that coming up towards Ohio. So that's very good information to have.
Were the raccoons working on the seedlings? Is that what the raccoons were after, or their fruit?
So it was the seed. So we planted out seed, we planted out cultivar trees, and then we planted out bare root seedlings. The bare root seedlings seemed to survive the best. And then the seeds themselves, you think the raccoon, they were washed, they were properly stored and had their chilling requirement. And then the raccoons decided that they were going to dig them all up. And so it might just be that they knew where something was buried, or they really like pawpaw seeds. Yes?
I noticed you had using chestnuts up there. I'm assuming that wasn't Chinese chestnuts, but what particular chestnut were you using?
I think we have 5 different varieties that are crosses with, I think there's 1 Chinese chestnut, then there's 5 crosses there's like a lot of different chestnuts, and when I ordered the trees for Dr. Davies, we had a bit of back and forth with the nursery because they were like, oh, we're out of this one, and then we're out of this one. So I think there was, I can look that up for you if you need to, but it was different cultivars that were crosses with the American chestnut.
We have a question from our virtual audience real quick. First of all, she said this research is incredible. And how much do you mix up genetics with these wild woodlands? What is the theoretical give and take between local genetics versus diverse variety?
So we have not delved into genetics yet with this study, mostly because I am not a lab scientist. I work in the woods, and the first tiptoe is this reciprocal grafting experiment, looking at the differences between how the fruit is produced in the wild, in the woodland plots, and then in the orchards. Hopefully, down the road, we'll be able to look at some of the genetics behind these different plots and see if that actually plays a role. But I'm not certain. I don't know where the research is going because I've got my little snippet of it.
Going back to the 3 different ways you were planting.
Yeah.
With the seeds, I was wondering, like you do with tulip bulbs and daffodils and stuff, could you put pepper in with them and keep the rodents and things out of there?
I think that, so one of the big, that definitely would help. I'm not sure if it would deter a raccoon. Raccoons are just voracious little things. And this is also in the middle of a big woods, so I don't know if that plays a factor, but I know when we've done other experiments with browsing and grazing, one at the sites that are farther away from people interacting with them more, it's more predation, more animals out there. So it probably would help if you're planting seed like somewhere near your house and you're running around.
They were next to the river, for one thing, so they had a lot of creatures coming up, and they had the best tulips and daffodils in their yard, and that's how they did it, just, massive amount of pepper.
Oh, I will, that's a good recommendation, actually.
About the distribution, of your walnut trees kind of standing alone and so forth. I wonder, because I know it happened at least twice in the United States. When we began to build the railroads, we just down with the forest, and we did it again, down with the forest. And Ohio was one of the places where they really blitzed the forest. So I'm wondering possibly if that's why the walnuts are not placed, as that gentleman pointed out, simply because, they're threatening to do it again. I'm scared to death, but they cut those forests down twice. And so I wonder if that's not.
It's very possible. I mean, we all, I wish Dr. Davies was here because he has a lot more knowledge on this because he teaches about it every year. But it's very possible that the diversity of the trees is very linked to how our different managing practices happen in the different states.
Walnuts were a dominant tree in a particular area, there would be no dominant tree, thus no pawpaws, because they got to be helped out a little in the wild. So I was just asking that. So you could throw that out at somebody one day. Okay.
I'm really interested in your interspecies project because with the price of land getting more expensive, it would be advantageous to grow a polyculture versus a monoculture.
Yes.
But I'm wondering how long are you going to monitor the interspecies planting, because I've got chestnuts and pawpaws. And I planted them separately because I was worried about, over time, the chestnuts shading out the pawpaws to reduce production, and then eventually having just suckers of pawpaws in my chestnut orchard. Are these factors that you're taking in account?
Well, I'm pretty sure Matt just got tenure, so he's going to be around for 20, 30 years. So this is his, baby project. He's starting it now, and we're looking at survival, but over the next 20, 30 years, he will be looking at all of those factors. And he's hoping also to plant some understory, other crops underneath of these trees to see if that will work out with the polyculture. I think I might be running up against time. Yes?
So you're going into the understory, you're removing other smaller trees.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going about it?
So when we did it in 2020. Matt and I went out there when pandemic hit, and we did it with a small chainsaw, some clippers, and some bow saws. This year, Matt bought a string trimmer, and that has reduced the time of clearing the patches down to like an hour. So it's very much nicer, but it's a lot nicer to have the equipment, but it takes 6 or 7 hours for 2 people to do it. A string trimmer. So it's like a weed whacker on steroids, and like he has to wear all this safety gear and have everyone back from it, and it's kind of crazy looking in it, but it makes it go a lot faster, and it always makes it go the right tools always make it go faster. So you can do it with those things, but having the right tools, it's much better. Yes.
Just an anecdotal evidence, but around here, within the last 10 or 15 years, bush honeysuckle is ferocious. I mean, it's taking over everything.
Yep.
It'll grow in full shade. It'll crowd out and shade out anything.
Yep.
So that's much more, in this area at least, it is much more of a danger to any wild species, because it requires that you actually pull it up by the roots. Or spray it or something, but pulling it up by the roots is probably the best and easiest. It's not the easiest way, but it's probably the best way.
It's the best way, because we did spray glyphosate
but
on.
It puts raccoons to shame, really, and raccoons are ferocious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we've sprayed on the roots with glyphosate. We did the cut stump method, but now 2 years later, some of those roots decided that they were going to resprout. So pulling it out is the best method to clear it, but then you have them. It's very labor intensive. But there was a study about 10 or 20 years ago that looked at pawpaws and honeysuckle, and the findings of that study showed that pawpaws were a plant that would outcompete honeysuckle. It's very hard to imagine, and I don't know, it was one singular study. I don't know if they've done any more work on that. Mm-hmm.
No other questions. I don't need a microphone. Were you clearing out everything, including goldenrod, weeds? Let's not call them weeds.
But
Were you getting that far? Were you clearing it completely down to soil level, or?
So it was a little deceptive of that one picture, because that is on a floodplain, so it's not. It's much sandier soil. So this is probably a better. So we were just taking out small shrubby seedlings like box elder, and Matt has a very big soft spot for hardwood trees, so he wouldn't let me cut down any hickories or any of those. Yeah. So yes. Mm-hmm.
It ate all the honeysuckle that covered this front porch. I was renting a small house in the country.
Mm-hmm.
It ate all the poison ivy. Mm-hmm. Did not affect it in any way.
You said yes.
I know. I don't want it.
They don't want to hear you, honey. They want to hear you.
I'm talking to her.
But they want to hear you.
I'm done.
He's done.
Well, I think that we're good, and I will turn this back over to Sherry. There.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Sarah. That was very interesting. So we're getting up on lunchtime. Is it ready yet? I know they're setting it up, last I knew, so. If anybody had any questions that we didn't answer earlier, I'm glad to answer any questions anybody has while we make sure that, oh, it's not ready. Oh, okay, well, I see a couple of questions. So I see one over here and one here. If, do we want to take the mic? The mic is partly for the live stream because we're also live streaming, so we want to make sure that our virtual audience can hear too. Somebody had a question over here, and I saw a couple over here also.
Will a seedling come up the first year it's planted? A seed?
A seedling, yeah, the seed will germinate and come up the first year that's planted. They're pretty slow to germinate, so it's usually at least 8 to 10 weeks, sometimes more, before you'll see the seed germinate, but they'll usually germinate the first year. Sometimes they do weird things. Sometimes we'll plant seeds in pots in the greenhouse, and we'll think, oh, that one didn't germinate, and we'll overwinter it and keep it till the next year, just hadn't thrown it out yet, and then the next spring it'll germinate. So occasionally the seeds will do weird things and take a year to germinate, but no, generally 8 to 10 weeks you'll see a shoot coming up. So they're a little slow, but not, it will be, within the first year that you plant it at least. So. Yeah, you're welcome.
What size pot are you using when you're planting the seed?
So Pawpaws have a taproot, so you want to use a deep pot. We usually start them in 1-gallon tree pots. So they're not shaped like the usual 1-gallon nursery pots that you see, though. They're called tree pots. Tall One tree pots is the actual name of them. They're 14 inches deep, and they're just like 4 inches around, and they're made for taprooted trees. Is what we use. And they can stay in that size of pot for 2 or 3 years, but that same company makes some bigger pots, 2, 3, I think even up to 5-gallon pots, that if you were keeping a tree in them a little bit longer, you could use.
Sherry, I've got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Have you tried grafting different cultivars onto one rootstock? And if you have, how's that worked?
We
For
haven't.
pulses mainly.
Yeah, we've not done a lot of experience with that. We've done a little bit of that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Pawpaw tends to want to be very apically dominant, which means it wants to have like one main shoot that grows up. And so sometimes when we've tried to graft, multiple onto one rootstock, only one shoot will kind of be dominant and want to grow. But we've done a little bit, Dr. Pomper mentioned the bark inlay grafting. So on like bigger mature trees, on separate branches, we would do a bark inlay graft on the separate branches, and those seemed like they would take better than like if you have a small rootstock and you try to do multiple chip buds on one rootstock. So yeah, if you have a bigger tree and you do like a cleft graft or bark inlay graft on the bigger branches, then that would be the best way to do the multiple varieties. Yeah.
And I had one question. I noticed when you had the things that there was those long pots that you were growing them in. Where can one get those?
The tall pots. The brand that we use is Stewie & Son. And I hate to say it, I can never spell it right. It's like Stuewe, I believe. It's a company in Oregon. But we get ours from, that's the brand name. We get ours from Hummert. That's a greenhouse supply company. But I think there's a few other places online, other greenhouse supply companies that you can buy them at online. So, any other questions?
I have a question. I saw on the internet there was some neurotoxic study done about like a 2012, and you guys got any words to say on that? To see, is there really any concern about that, or is it?
Yeah, Dr. Pomper can address that because he's done a lot of research on that.
Right. So I didn't cover that, but so there are annonaceous acetogenins, and they are long chain fatty acids that are in pawpaw leaves, bark, and in the fruit. And so they have anti-cancer properties also. But here's the thing: is that there's been some studies done with pawpaw relatives where people who were consuming the tea from the leaves every day and eating the fruit every day in tropical areas, some people were showing some atypical Parkinsonism symptoms. And what it turns out is that that probably, and if you look at the numbers, it's people who are already predisposed to having Parkinsonism, right? And then if they quit eating pawpaw, the symptoms went away, right? So there's that too. So, of course, we wanted to know whether our pawpaw also had those as annonaceous ceogenins. And they do. They have those types of compounds in the fruit and in the leaves and the twigs. And so basically, there's been quite a bit of work done. If you take those substances, and some of those, they will like shoot up a year's worth of the substance into the rat, and we're talking like shooting up the rat, not having it eat, because these long-chain fatty acids are not real bioavailable. If you eat them, they tend not to be absorbed very readily. That's some other work that's been done. But if you shoot up a rat, yeah, it's going to have some negative effects if you put a year's worth of those substances in. So it's something we actually went to FDA and talked to them about that. They wrote back that they did not consider pawpaw, a whatever dangerous food, that it's a traditional food crop. And so basically our work is that, they're an anti-cancer compound. It's like anything else we don't eat. There are things in broccoli too that we don't really think about too. But so and the long short of it is there are some studies out there that use very high amounts in different model systems that don't look real good. But when it comes to real life and what you're eating, we don't consider it a problem near as FDA. Now that said, some of the reasons that I'm breeding with sunflower and Susquehanna is Susquehanna tends to be rather high, or has a higher level of acetogenins. Sunflower is by far the lowest acetogenin variety that's out there. And that's another reason I'm doing crosses, because even though I don't consider it a problem, or we don't consider it a problem, it's still the discussions that happen, and I'd rather have low than high varieties that we're releasing, just in case people are going to be concerned about that for the very reason you just asked that question. So we have looked for high ones too, because technically there'd be a market for these long-chain fatty acids for extraction, just like Taxol. If you could take it out at high enough amounts and purify it, they're anti-cancer compounds too. But so I don't know if that answers your question, but you will see some articles about it out there. But as I said, FDA has made that ruling to us complete, because when we found out it was in there, the first thing I did was tell the KSU lawyer, and the first thing that we did after that was contact FDA, and so we're okay. So, other questions, or if you have more questions about that, yeah.
Hello, thank you for these presentations. It's been fascinating. Kind of a minor question, but one I've been sitting on. Let's say you are stratifying some seed in your fridge, and you didn't get it planted in the spring, so now you have seeds that have been stratifying for a year. Do you guys have data on the viability of those, and is there any precedent for fall planting, whether potted or like in the wild even?
So these are all good questions. So let me address the chilling for the seed. Now, we have actually stored seed for several years in the refrigerator, but the viability tends to go down, and so it can go down from like 80% to like 50% or 30% after a couple of years. So it doesn't store real long. The viability does go down. For fall planting, now a lot of times we actually want to plant seedlings instead of seed, and I think we just heard about, animals will eat the seed. Sometimes the seed will dry out too, and there'll be some losses from that too. So we usually put out seedlings. Now we have kind of looked at fall and spring planting, and we hadn't really recommended fall planting as much because we just had so much experience with spring planting. But to be honest, the data we've collected now actually supports fall planting as being a pretty efficient system. They have a pretty good survival rate, and actually very good survival rate. Certainly, if I had the choice of planting in early November or planting in June, I could guarantee you November is going to be a lot better, right? I would keep them over and through the summer and then plant them in November. I wouldn't be planting in the heat because they don't do well. But they are, a lot of times we plant fruit trees like that in the fall, and Pawpaw does respond to that pretty well. Initially, we had some data that we weren't sure about that, but now we do recommend fall planting. Yeah. Other questions?
Right here. Do you have any more information about having named cultivars on their own rootstocks? Where I am at, I'm in the Mountain West, high elevation, really dry, and it's extremely hard to get a grafted variety to survive.
So right now, there likely are no varieties that are on their own roots. I'll say that, right? So everything is on rootstock that probably is seedling rootstock. The reason I do have a little caveat is that there are groups in Europe that have been trying to grow pawpaw through tissue culture, and some of them I think have had some success, and they may be on their own roots, but I'm not sure it's commercial right now. So I guess to answer your question, any of the varieties out there are going to be on seedling rootstock. If you're having trouble getting the grafted varieties to survive, I would try a range of seedling trees then first. And this is something else we've kind of looked at over time, and Greg Reard and I, the person at Clemson who's done a little pawpaw work through his life too, grafted trees tend not to survive as long as seedling trees. They tend to, the tops tend to die back after maybe 15 years, and then they'll resprout from the rootstock, and you can get another tree back from it. So I guess what I would try to do is establish some seedling trees, and then if you want to try and graft some buds on after that, that's what I would do. I think your chances would be higher. Mm-hmm. So I think we're about ready. And, we've got a big crowd today, and so I am going to ask, all you guests go first. I think all the employees are going to hang back because we want to make sure we have enough meals to go around. I'm sure there will be, but we're going to ask employees to stay back. And so we're going to have lunch and then reconvene, and there's actually a little demonstration right behind this screen, which I know you're going to find very interesting. Okay, see you in a little bit. That's your phone.
Yeah, that's my phone.
I see. I think it's mine.
Can I tie you up?
Yeah.
Okay. So to clarify.
Yeah.
Hey. So we've got an address book and some other papers that we found here on the floor. It's a 2021, 2023 monthly planner. So if that fell out of your pocket, we've got it up here at the front, just as an announcement.
Fast. It's kind of like a banana or avocado, either one. It's like it's unripe, 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 then it's perfect for a day, and then it's overripe. So whether you're eating them or processing them to freeze, you kind of have to be careful and check a fruit. Now this one is kind of obvious. This one is brown. So this fruit is obviously overripe, but sometimes they will still, the skin will still be green, but you can tell by touching them that they're squishy, they're mushy, and bruised feeling. But I was going to cut some of these open so you can see what the inside looks like. And this one is very bruised and overripe, on the outside, obviously, but when you cut it on the inside, which I think, you can see it on the screen. So this, gets bruised easily, gets overripe quickly. And when they're a little bit overripe, they're still okay, but when they get to this point, this isn't something that you would want to use. So now we've got one, I'm touching this. It feels, even though, it's very green, but it has a little bit of give to it, but you can tell it's not soft enough to eat yet. So we will cut this one open. That's actually not quite as bad as I thought it might look, but you can see how it's pretty light colored, light yellow and starchy. Not sure if you can tell on the screen how starchy it is, but it has kind of a starchy appearance. It's not soft or creamy at all. So this would not be good to eat yet. I would, the sugars have not developed in this yet, so I would not. This particular one, like if you could feel it, and maybe afterwards you all can come up and touch these if you want, it has a little bit of a give to it. So I bet this one probably would have ripened off the tree. It started ripening enough that it would have, if you let it sit a few days, would have ripened off the tree. But yeah, so the seeds. So here's what the seeds look like. You could take the seeds out if it's a little underripe like that. The seeds are viable. If you cut them open, if we cut them open a month ago, you can tell the seeds are light brown or even white earlier on and soft and flexible when the seeds are undeveloped. So this is one that we're hoping is at close to the right stage, but I can tell it's bruised on this side. So we'll see. Kind of wanted to show examples of a few. Well, this one actually, I was kind of hoping to have like one perfect one to cut and show you, this is what the perfect pawpaw looks like. This side, to the sides look really good, but it was bruised on the side. It was probably sitting on that side. So in cases like this, you could actually cut it in half. The bruised areas tend to be bitter and get off flavors to them. So you can cut the bruised areas off and use this part of the fruit is good. You can see, it's not discolored and not bruised looking. So you can cut that off and remove it. But I do want to show, even though this one is bruised, so this isn't the ideal fruit that you would want to use, this is the process for making the puree that you freeze. Unfortunately, there's not an easy, mechanized way to remove the skin. So if you blanch the skin, dip it in boiling water and then put it in an ice bath, things like that. With tomatoes, you can just slip the skin off. Pawpaw, that doesn't work. Part of the skin will still adhere to it when you do that. And the skin tastes bitter. The skin has bitter flavors. So we haven't, been very successful at doing that. It'll leave kind of that green residue on the fruit if you try to blanch it and pull it off. So we cut the fruit in half, and you want to go around with a spoon. And we leave a little bit of a buffer. Hopefully that shows up, but you don't want to scrape the skin as you get the pulp out of it. Because even scraping the skin, you can get some of that residue from the skin that can make like a whole bowl of pawpaw bitter. So you want to go around it, leaving a little bit of buffer with the skin. And again, I would, scoop off anything that's bruised. And this is probably a little more bruised than I would use in real life, but this is just kind of for the demonstration. So cut it in half, scoop out the insides, the flesh and the seed both, leave the skin, cut off anything bruised. Don't use anything that's discolored. Sometimes you see some pink or red discolorations, some other discolorations. You want to remove any of that. So you basically scoop out the insides, leave the skin, and again, leave a little bit of buffer so you're not scraping the skin and getting the bitter stuff off. So I was going to start with kind of the small scale if you have just a couple of trees and you only have a few fruit that you want to freeze and process. And we have some kind of like when you see the cooking shows on TV, we have some that were already cut, so we weren't up here trying to trying to cut them all spur of the moment. So at this point, we've taken the skin off. So this is just the flesh and the seeds. The seeds are not edible. And you saw how large the seeds are. You know, the seeds are about the size of a lima bean, and they're hard. So you're not going to accidentally eat a seed if you're, cutting up a fruit and eating it. But the seeds do have alkaloid compounds in them that make you sick to your stomach. So while you're not going to accidentally chew up something this big and eat it, you could get it in a blender if you're making a milkshake or if you're making a puree to freeze. So make sure you do not have any seeds that you get in your blender or your food processor or things like that when you're processing your fruit. So since we have scooped this out of the skin, we've removed the skin, now we need to remove the seed. And so on a smaller scale, there's a couple of ways you could do it. You can use a colander, like a mesh colander, and push it through with a spoon. Or I actually like this more than the colander. These are mesh bags, like laundry bags that you would wash delicates in. You can get them I got this at Kroger. You put this in the bag, which I'm going to demonstrate, and squeeze it through, which I actually think works a little faster than the colander. But I will demonstrate. We'll put some of this fruit that we already pre-cut in this colander. And this is pretty, it takes a while and it's pretty labor intensive. So this is, again, only if you have just a few fruit to process. So you kind of mash it with the back of the spoon. I'll scoot it over a little bit so you can see better. Okay. So we're going to mash this with the back of the spoon until it starts going through the colander. And Pawpaw's pretty thick and creamy, so it takes a while. You can do this. You can push it with your hand. That gets a little bit messy. But you can see it's starting to come through. I'll just scrape off the bottom. So that's starting to come through the bottom. So it takes a little time, but if you keep pushing it through, and I'm not going to do it till I get a whole bowl full, but I just wanted to show you how it worked. But you see that the puree is starting to come through the bottom, so that makes kind of a rough puree, and the seeds will be left behind. You can see the part that I pushed through, some of the pulp, and then the seeds are what is left behind. And the seeds are in kind of a little sack, and so the flesh tends to want to adhere to the seed. And so just about any of these processing methods, you don't end up getting a completely clean seed out. You're going to lose some of the flesh that just wants to stick to the seed and is impossible to get out. So this way, I think, is actually faster, and hopefully I don't make like a big mess. Do you want to hold that? Thank you. So again, we've cut the fruit in half, we've scooped out the insides. So now we've got it in this mesh bag. And this is a little messy, but it's kind of fun. I mean, it feels kind of like when you're a kid and you play with Play-Doh or with slime and stuff like that. So you just squeeze it through. It's kind of like one of those stress balls, too. So you can see it coming out. But again, it's very messy. That's part of the reason I wore gloves, too, is partly food safety and partly because I knew I was going to get Pawpaw all over my hands. So I think you can see that this is going a lot faster. I mean, it took me a lot of pushing through with the colander, and I got like a spoonful. In this, I'll keep squeezing a little bit more. But I've gotten a fair amount in this bowl just from what I've been squeezing. But you can see it's very messy, but it's kind of fun. Kind of fun to squeeze it like that. So that kind of makes a puree. You could put it in a blender or food processor after this to make it even smoother. But both the colander and the mesh bag, I'm going to take these off because I think I'm done with that, make kind of like a rough puree because of pushing it through the mesh. So these we would then put into freezer bags. Could you get one that has, I meant one that has like pulp in it. I was going to show that. But anyway, yeah, we would put it into just like a Ziploc freezer bag, quart size or gallon size, either one, to freeze. And they keep really well for a couple of years. And we don't add any, citric acid or lemon juice or anything like that to it to keep it from browning. They will, if it's exposed to the air, it will brown a little bit. So then after you freeze this and you're thawing it out to make something with it, if you heat it up to thaw it out, or if it's open and it's exposed to the air, then it could get brown around the edges. So this is some that we froze in a gallon-sized bag. This is 6 cups of Pawpaw that we froze this year. And this was actually processed using one of the machines that Jeremy will show. But you can see, something that's in a flat Ziploc bag like this will, that takes up a lot less room than if you put a bunch of whole fruit in your freezer to freeze. So when you want to use this to you can make ice cream, jam. We talked about making baked goods. Anything you make with banana bread, and muffins, you can substitute Pawpaw. So you get your frozen pulp out of the freezer. And again, you don't want it to heat it, to thaw it, and you don't want it to be exposed to air. So thaw it in the refrigerator, just set it in the refrigerator for a couple of days. It will thaw out, and then this can be used in any of those recipes that we showed earlier or any of your banana recipes. So do you want to show some of the...
Yeah, so I'll talk about some of the other methods we have, and these are getting towards more of a commercial application. This first one may be something that some of you have. This is Aroma Food Mill is what they call it. I think there's also brands like Victorio or Squeezo. My dad's actually has one of these because he does a lot of gardening and canning and that sort of stuff. And so what this is really designed for is for stuff like tomatoes or grapes or that sort of thing. And so we've modified it for Pawpaw. So when you get these, essentially how it works is it has a spiral auger, like out of a grinder, and then it has these screen cones. And so they fit in there, the tapers fit together, and then as your food goes through there or fruit goes through there, that turns and presses it through and it comes out of this screen. Okay, so there's 2 different types of spirals. There's the standard spiral here, which is longer, and then there's a grape spiral. And that's a little bit shorter, so it can get through like grape stems and seeds and the skins and that sort of thing. And so what we're using is this grape spiral, but you modify it further than that. And so what you need to do with your grape spiral is these last 2 rounds on it, you either need to grind those off to where it's just flush, or you can actually cut it off. Cutting it off is probably a little bit easier. I think it's a little bit less efficient that way. I think you get a little bit more efficiency grinding it just down smooth. And so that's what you have to do to the spiral. And then there's different style screens. So this is what they call a berry screen. So if I used this for blackberries before, and it's got really small holes in it. Again, afterwards you can come up and look at it if you want to. So that's a berry screen, and kind of like the colanders or other things, the smaller the holes are, the harder it is to get the thick pawpaw pulp through. And so you want to use as big as a screen as possible, but you don't want to shave any seeds. So this is the berry screen. This is, I think, the apple tomato screen, and so for doing apples or tomatoes for like making tomato sauce. This is the pumpkin squash screen, and so you can see the holes are starting to getting a little bit bigger in this. And so this is actually what we use for pulp. There is one that's bigger, and that's the salsa screen, which you can see has really big holes in it. The issue that Sherry and I have encountered with this is that it shaves the seeds. And so like Sherry said, you don't want to eat the seeds. Eli Lilly, back in like the 1920s, used to make a syrup of ipecac out of pawpaw seed extract. And so if you eat very many seeds, you're going to have a bad time tummy-wise. And so you don't want to get those seeds ground off in there. And that's the issue we've had with this, because otherwise it'd work really well. That's what you would want. And so those are the different screens we're using. And so I've got this one already put together. It's got that modified spiral and the pumpkin squash screen in it. And so I'm going to run some fruit through this. And normally what we would do is I would run this through a couple times. We may or may not do that for this. So again, we've got some fruit that we've scooped previously. So what's going to happen is, as I'm cranking this, the pulp is going to come down this chute here into this bowl, and then the seeds and some pulp in the sack around them is going to come out the front here. And so you're just going to crank through, and hopefully you can get this kind of stuck on the seeds. Like I said, we've modified this to do this, but it wasn't built for this, and so it's faster than like a laundry bag or something, but it's still not optimal. The other issue with this one in particular is the screen doesn't go onto the main unit really firmly, and so if you get it in too much of a bind, it'll just pop this whole thing off the front, and then that's a gigantic mess when that happens. So I'm kind of trying to go a little bit easier. And so you can start to see, let me rake this pulp off real quick. It's coming off of it. And so you can see that you're getting a pulp out of that, and it's fairly fine. Again, you could put this in a food processor or blender and further puree it if you wanted to. And then you might notice that there's still quite a bit of pulp left in here with these seeds, okay? And so what we do is we actually run this through a couple times. Oh, yeah, thank you, Sherry. What'd you say? Y'all actually get paid? So you can see, like, the part that's coming out now has a little bit less pulp on it. I'll do this one more time. So you can we're still getting some pulp out of this. You can still see that there's pulp coming down the slide on it. So they're still getting some out. You do reach a point of like diminishing returns where it gets to the point to where you're really not getting anything really off of it after that point. And then again, once you get it where it's so seedy, you'll eventually bind this thing up, and on this one you'll pop the cone off of it. So I don't know if you can see my hand, but you see occasionally I'm going backwards on this, and that's because I'm starting to feel it kind of bind up. And I know from experience, if I push it too hard, this thing's gonna pop off of there.
Excuse me, back over here. I was wondering, once you've loosened the seeds up once or twice through, instead of nicking them, wouldn't you be able to then with your gloved hand or something, be able to pick them out of there real easy?
You could. So this is what we've got through. I've run it through, I guess, like 4 times now. And so you could then, if you wanted to at that point, pick the seeds out of it. We don't. Like Sherry said, there's a little like kind of fibrous capsule around the seeds. And so that's what a lot of that is too, because what's not going through the screen is the tougher parts of it. And so that's probably not also like the finest pulp. Sherry and I were kind of joking the other day about like the first pressing, like extra virgin pulp, that first comes out, and then it gets thicker as you go through it. But yeah, if you wanted to, you could then pick the seeds out of this. And so for years and years, this is what we did for all our extraction. And then how did you find the other one, Sherry?
I found a video on YouTube of somebody using this larger machine, and I think they were using it with Pawpaw, and it was working so much faster than this.
So this, you can get these still fairly frequently. I think they're about like $75, $100. Is that about what they are? Okay, so this is about $75, $100. So this is something that you might want to purchase, especially if you're doing other gardening and you're wanting to make like tomato sauce or applesauce or something like that. You could purchase one of these. This next unit, actually one of our coworkers was just looking it up on the internet over lunch, and it's still like $3,700. So this next one is probably not something you're going to get unless you actually are running, like you've got a small farm and you're running a kitchen or something. So I'm going to unbolt this one off of here. Let's go. It's called the Robot Coupe. And so this is actually a juicer. So I need to scoot this forward a little bit. So this unit is actually marketed as a juicer. And so what it's got inside of here is there's a screen drum inside of here that's all really close to about the size of the berry screen. Okay, so it's pretty small holes. And so when you put your fruit in here, it goes into that drum there. Inside that drum, I call it looks like a tuning fork or like a big grill fork. And so it's a big fork that bolts to the motor and comes in through here, and it's offset. So as it spins, it moves the fruit through, and then it has rubber wipers on the edge of it. So as that's spinning, it's smashing the fruit up against the wall of that screen. As it comes off of there, it drops out here into this first tub. The skin and seed, or not skin in this case, but seeds and like the seed sack and whatnot, will move back through the unit, and then it drops out down here. And so again, this is a juicer, and we're using it to extract pulp. So we run it through a couple times still, and it still may not be, perfect, but it's so much faster than what the Roma mill was. So we wanted to demonstrate it. And once I turn this on, this is going to be pretty loud, so I may not talk a whole bunch when I'm doing it. So again, we run this through several times. And you'll notice as it starts to come out, it'll get the pulp that comes out will be thicker and thicker. And this takes quite a bit of fruit, since it's more of an industrial scale machine. It takes quite a bit of fruit to get anything to come out of it, and so that's why we're doing a little bit bigger amount with this. All right. And so you can see there's already pulp coming out of here. There's the skins and seeds, or seeds and extra pulp coming out. And so then again, we usually run this through a couple times. And that's the one, their stuff continues to drip out of here, and so that invariably gets kind of messy when we're doing this. But you can see how much faster that went through the first time than what it did with the Roma. It was just a couple seconds to go through. And so you notice there's even less that comes out of the second one now. As we continue to run that through, we run this through usually 3 times, and it's even a little cleaner and drier than what that is. And then usually about after the 3rd time, you're really not getting anything else out of it. And so this is what we use now. It's made our lives a lot easier. But again, it's a more expensive commercial unit that probably not a lot of you are going to want to invest in for yourself. There are a couple of drawbacks to this is, one, it takes quite a bit to get anything come out of here, and then taking it down and cleaning it is kind of messy. The main knock that I have against this, and for something as like expensive as it is and commercial duty, I don't know why they did this. So where the seeds come out in this part of it here, and so there's a chute that as it goes in that comes out the bottom, that does not come off to clean it. And so when you're trying to clean that out, you've still got all the motor and everything here that can't get wet. And so that's an issue, whereas like the Roma food mill, we can run through all that through the dishwasher, it's no problem. And so all this comes off and you can run it through problem, but then you've always got to spend a lot of time essentially really hand cleaning the inside of this and trying not to get the switches wet and everything. And so that's the main drawback with, if I could change anything about this unit, that's what I would change about it. And so what I usually do is I'll actually take like some plastic wrap and wrap around this to keep the switches and stuff clean, because we get all pulpy when we're doing it. And so that's the main extraction methods that are available. Again, the first three would be homeowner style. Again, I even kind of consider the Roma food mill something that a backyard person might want to do. And this is more of a commercial thing. And so I think we've still got 10 minutes. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Yeah. So yes, she's asking about like a regular food mill. And so there's another type of food mill that's kind of just like a colander here that's got a crank and like an angled wiper. And so we have one of those. We debated bringing it out. The problem we have with it is it's not real efficient because the seeds are so big that once you kind of get a layer of seeds on the bottom of it, that spatula, like the ramp on it is just right on top of the seeds, and it's not really getting down, pressing the fruit through.
I have another toy that I use, and it's called a berry roller.
Mm-hmm.
And have you seen it? It's a sieve with a wooden roller inside and the scraper that moves things along, but it would not remove any of that yuck from the outside of the seeds.
Yeah.
And it's pretty well pureed when it comes out. Now, I certainly haven't tried it for Pawpaws, but I made a picture of it so I could show you guys at the end of this. So you might try it, because
Okay.
it'll remove raspberry seeds.
Yeah.
But the way they float in the basket, I bet they'd remove those too. But
Yeah.
anyway.
This, I've used this with blackberries, and so it would work with raspberries too. There's also like the more cone-shaped colanders that they have that you've got like a plunger to pound stuff through. So, any other questions? Yes.
Have you tried any of the KitchenAid attachments, like the fruit and vegetable strainer?
No, we haven't tried anything like that.
I think they're pretty similar to
Oh, yeah,
the
they probably
Roma.
are.
I haven't used them, so I can't say for sure, but when I've seen pictures of them, because I thought we were going to have to buy another Roma quickly to do this demonstration, and the pictures of it looked like the KitchenAid attachments were similar to this. So if they have, the main components, you need a spiral that will remove the seeds, and again, if it's a small spiral meant to remove grape seeds, like Jeremy said, you would need to cut it off so it's wide enough for the pawpaw seed to go through, and that would need some kind of screen to push it through. But yeah, the pictures, I would have to look into it more, but the pictures that I saw looked like the KitchenAid attachment for the fruit and vegetable processor looked very similar to the Roma food mill that we showed second.
Right here.
There's several different.
He's got if you're finishing, yeah.
There are several different varieties. Food mills. Like I said, this is the Roma brand. There's a Squeezo, there's a Victorio, and they're all a little slightly different, but they're all kind of that similar vein. So. Next question.
Are we done? Okay. Can you freeze a fruit whole with the seeds in it?
So the question was, can you freeze a fruit whole with the seeds in it? You can. That will kill the seeds. So if you do that, if you're wanting to save your seeds and then start some trees on your own, you cannot freeze the fruit because that will kill the seeds. If you're just wanting the pulp out of that, you can do that. And so that was something you could do, is get the fruit whole, freeze them if you've got more fruit than you can process at that time, and then get them out and thaw them out at a later date and do that. But again, that will kill the seeds if you do that.
Right.
And they are Or, when you freeze things, it gets mushy because, the cells rupture and release the water when it's frozen. So I think it's a little bit harder to separate the skin and the flesh, than when it's firm and you can scoop it out easily. And when you freeze the whole fruit, it all kind of turns mushy and the skin even is mushy. And so that's one thing. Another thing that's harder is then peeling it when you freeze it whole.
I'll mention this now that this thing is kind of done dripping, but if you look at this, you notice that this pulp is it's already pretty much pureed when it comes out of there. So when it comes out of this, you really wouldn't need to do anything else with it. It's already a really fine and smooth product.
And this is a little chunkier that came out of the Roma.
That's the Roma, and you can see that's chunkier than what this is. And that's just because this has smaller holes in the screen. And you could run a smaller screen on the Roma, but it's just so much harder to get the pulp through it, and so it's not as efficient. I kind of wish we had something that was kind of halfway between the pumpkin and squash, and the salsa really would be better for Pawpaw. Any other questions?
No other questions about processing, and you all can feel free to come up and take a closer look at all of this if you want. So I guess we'll talk. Let me grab one thing. Talk about what we're going to do next. So for our audiences watching online on the live stream, we're going to send you all to a virtual orchard tour that we pre-recorded. So thank you all for joining us online. For those of you that are here in person, we're going to go to an in-person live orchard tour that Jeremy is going to take you on. But I do want to mention, because everybody will be up moving around, what's going to be after the orchard tour, just so you know what to expect. Next Jeremy will take you on an orchard tour that's just right outside next to the parking lot. When you're finished, when you come back in, we're going to have a fruit tasting. So we've got 10 different varieties of Pawpaw for you all to try. And they will all be labeled, so they're going to be on plates out on the tables where lunch was set up. And 10 different varieties. They will all be labeled with the name of the variety. Some of them will be a number code instead of a name. So if they have not been named and released as a cultivar, like KSU, Atwood, and Sunflower, and Susquehanna, and those cultivars that we mentioned earlier, when they're what's called an advanced selection, when we're doing our breeding process and we see one that looks good, we want to investigate it further, and we put it in variety trials, it gets assigned a number. So several of these are going to have numbers like HI71 or G425 and things like that. So those are advanced selections from our breeding program that we're evaluating to see if they might be new cultivars that we want to release in the future. So we want to get your feedback on that because flavor is really important. We look at a lot of things. We look at yield and fruit weight and disease resistance, but flavor is really important. So we're going to have official taste testing with an evaluation sheet for you all to fill out. So I said there's going to be 10 varieties. It will have the name, and they'll also have a number from 1 to 10 written next to the variety name. And there'll be plates that you get that have number 1 to 10 written around the plate. We finally figured that out because it's so hard, you can't keep track of what you got on your plate once you get through the line. So they're going to be numbered 1 through 10 on the plate. And then we have these evaluation sheets, they'll be at the front of the line, that have variety name or number that you can fill in. And then we have a ranking from 1 to 5 on flavor, appearance, and texture. So if you could grab one of these and fill it out and give us our feedback on the Pawpaws that you taste, that will kind of go into us choosing some of our next cultivar releases. So we would appreciate the feedback. And so the numbers on the plates are how you keep track of which fruit number, which sample number you've got. So I think, we're ready to go out for the orchard tour, and Jeremy's going to lead that, and it'll be 40 minutes or so, then we'll come back in, and the fruit will be ready for the tasting.
So for everybody. The orchard we're going to is the one that was beside the road when you drove in on, so it's just out here and to your left. And so I'll grab my stuff and then I'll head us out there for that.
Hi, I'm Sherry Crabtree, Horticulture Research and Extension Associate at Kentucky State University. Today we're going to be touring the Pawpaw orchards at the Harold R. Benson Research and Demonstration Farm at Kentucky State University. This orchard was planted in 2004, so it's 16 years old, and it contains the cultivars sunflower and Susquehanna. So recommended spacing for pawpaw trees is 8 to 10 feet apart, and these are planted 8 feet apart. And you'll notice that the tree trunks are painted white, and this is to prevent a condition called southwest injury or sun scald, in which in the wintertime the tree is dormant and the sun shines strongest on the southwest side of the trunk. And the dark color of the bark absorbs heat into the trunk and causes it to warm on that side and gets the sap flowing when it should be dormant for the winter. Then it gets cold again. So it's kind of a freeze-thaw cycle that causes cracking on that side of the trunk. So we paint these white. It's a mixture of 50-50 latex paint, white latex paint, and water that we spray the trunks with to reflect the light so the trunk doesn't absorb so much heat and it prevents southwest injury. Weed control is important in orchards. You don't want a lot of grass and weeds growing extremely close to your pawpaw trees. And you can achieve this by different methods. In this orchard, we usually use glyphosate. It's been a while since we have sprayed, since we're getting closer to harvest, so there has been quite a bit of regrowth of grass and weeds. Irrigation is important for pawpaw trees, especially in young trees, and especially during the summer, during the hottest parts of the summer. We use drip irrigation, so what you're seeing is a drip irrigation line. The reason we have it suspended in the air is because on the ground, one, they get clogged up with dirt and things on the ground, and two, it's easy to hit them with mowers and weed eaters when they're on the ground and cause leaks. So we hang up our drip irrigation lines so they're suspended over the ground. So we have 2 of these emitters per tree, drip irrigation emitters that are 1 gallon per hour emitters per tree. Of course, this is more for a larger orchard. If you have just a few trees in your yard, you just want to make sure that you water your trees regularly. You know, go out with your hose and water them a couple of times a week. Pawpaw trees need at least an inch of rain per week. So pawpaws are pretty free of most major insect and disease pests. The main thing that we see is Phylosticta, which is a fungal disease. And you see the black spots on the fruit are lesions of this Phylosticta fungus. So it's basically just cosmetic. It's just on the surface. If that fruit was ripe and when you cut into it, the inside is fine. It doesn't cause any kind of rot. It's just on the skin, which makes it, less attractive to consumers if you're trying to sell pawpaw fruit. But it is usually just on the skin. However, in severe cases of it, it can cause the skin to crack. Basically, it makes the skin brittle, and as the fruit grows, it causes it to crack. So if your Phylosticta infection is bad enough that it causes cracking on the fruit, then it would damage the fruit so that it wasn't edible. So we also see these Phylosticta fungal spots on the leaves as well as the fruit. So we were looking at using copper and sulfur sprays and also some other fungicide sprays to control this, and that research is still in progress with a graduate student we have. So hopefully one of those will be useful for control of Phylosticta. Pawpaw fruit ripen here in Kentucky starting in late August and going through about the end of September. So one thing that's about pawpaw fruit, they usually stay green even when they're ripe. You see these are starting to get slightly yellow, indicating they're getting close to being ripe, but really you have to touch them to see if they're ripe. Pawpaw fruit will be soft, starting to get soft when they're ripe, and they'll also come off easily in your hand. So if you give the fruit a little wiggle, a little gentle pull, if they were ready to pick, they would come off in your hand when they're ripe. So those are not quite ready to pick yet, even though they're starting to get a little bit yellow. But in a lot of fruit, they will be completely green even when they're ripe, and it's really just by touch. And also, they will drop on the ground when they're ripe. So if you see fruit on the ground around a tree, you know that the fruit are starting to get ripe on that tree. And you can pick them up off the ground if you beat the animals to them. We have raccoons and possums and groundhogs all like to eat pawpaw fruit. So often you need to pick them out of the tree in order to beat the animals to them. You can pick them when they're just starting to get soft, but they have to be beginning the ripening process at least and be a little bit soft. And at that point, you can keep them in the refrigerator for longer storage or set them on the counter and let them ripen off the tree. However, if the fruit are completely hard, then they will not ripen off the tree. So they have to be starting to get soft, and at that point you can pick them and let them fully ripen off the tree. Growth habit, and will have a lot of low branches and just kind of a bushy shape. These trees are pruned similar to apple trees, so to a central leader type structure where we selected strong scaffold branches that have good angles to them. You want wide angles to your branches, which makes them less prone to splitting and breaking. So these were pruned similar to an apple tree, not quite as intensively as apples have to be pruned. And then as they get bigger, we remove the central leader. We go in and cut that central leader at about 5 or 6 feet just to keep the tree shorter and easier to harvest from. So that's called a modified central leader at that point. But pawpaws do tend to have a lot of low branches, which if you want a more naturalized look, it's fine to leave those, but they do get in the way of mowing and weed eating and harvesting fruit. So in an orchard setting, we tend to cut those out. That you want to look out for when you're pruning, you want to cut any branches that have a very narrow crotch angle and any branches that are crossing and rubbing against each other, which this one is actually doing both. So where you have this narrow angle right here, that's going to be prone to, in a windstorm, breaking and splitting. And also how it's crossing and rubbing, it causes damage to the bark, which is basically a potential entry point for diseases. So anything that has an extremely narrow angle like that or is crossing and rubbing against other branches, you want to cut and remove. So pawpaws form flower buds for next spring the summer before. So you can actually see the flower buds that this pawpaw is going to have next year. It's these round buds that are in the leaf axils. So the round buds are flower buds. The vegetative buds on pawpaw are pointed. So they form flower buds on new wood. So you see from that point on is the new growth from this year. And you can see the flower buds that will open next spring already. So sometimes you see fruit that are fused together like this. See how these fruit are stuck together. It's basically just the fruit did not separate correctly when they were forming. It's kind of like Siamese twins in humans, or like when you have webbed feet. It's just kind of a little anomaly in the fruit. But you do see that sometimes. We just call them Siamese twin pawpaws. But two fruits stuck together. This fruit also has a lot of phylosticta that you notice. But that's something that people ask about sometimes is when they see two fruits stuck together. So when pawpaw fruit are ripe and ready to pick, again, they're soft. So I'm squeezing this fruit and it's soft. This one had actually dropped to the ground. It was ripe and it fell to the ground. So it's actually a little bit bruised. So let's break open this fruit and see what it looks like inside. And you can see a slight yellow color to this fruit when it ripened, but not all fruit have that. So let's break it open and look inside. So this one's a pretty light yellow color. Pawpaw fruit range from orange to yellow or even light yellow in color. So this one is a little bit lighter colored. But you can see the flesh is soft and custardy, kind of similar to a ripe avocado. And you do have these seeds inside. So this is, here's the pawpaw seeds. There's 2 rows of these large kind of lima bean shaped seeds inside, which the seeds and the skin are not edible. So you don't want to eat, the skin just has a bitter flavor to it. And the seeds are too large and hard to eat, obviously, but they also have alkaloid compounds in them that you don't want to eat. So you see how soft the flesh is when it's ripe. It's this really custardy texture to the flesh when it's ripe. This tree was bark inlay grafted, And bark inlay grafting is a method of top working is a term. So basically you have a large tree. If it's a seedling tree or a wild tree and doesn't produce very good fruit, you can cut that tree down. So basically cut it down to a stump, and then you take a stick from the tree that you want to propagate, and at the edge of that stump, you graft that stick from the variety that you want to propagate on. So you see the remaining stump, that was the old tree. And so this was grafted 4 years ago. And so you see the amount of growth extremely fast that you get from a bark inlay graft. So that's just a method of changing over a variety that you don't want anymore, or a seedling that doesn't produce very good fruit, to a more desirable, high-producing variety. Pawpaws tend to send up a lot of shoots from the roots. They're called root suckers. Usually you want to remove those, so if it's on a tree, a healthy tree that is growing, you usually want to cut the root suckers out because they're not generally very productive. They grow vegetatively and don't produce a lot of fruit and take energy away from the parent tree. Also, if it's a grafted tree, the root suckers will not be the same variety as the top of the tree if the tree was grafted. But in some cases, it's not a bad thing that pawpaws send up shoots from the roots. This is a tree that died, that was cut down. You see the stump. And so shoots will come up from the roots. And we can keep these. You can choose the healthiest, strongest root sucker and remove the rest and let this grow into the new tree. So you can either wait and see what kind of fruit this has on it. It may have good fruit even though it's a seedling. Or you can then graft onto this root sucker, graft a variety that you want to propagate onto that root sucker. You can also do bark inlay grafting onto branches instead of onto the main trunk of the tree. If you want to graft multiple varieties onto the same tree, if you don't have room for more than one tree, you can graft a different variety onto one branch, and then you've got 2 different varieties in the same tree to cross-pollinate. So you can also do the same bark inlay grafting onto trunks of the tree, like you see here. And this one was performed last year, I believe. So you can see the growth from last year. And hopefully, eventually, this would grow enough that it will basically cover up the cut portion of the branch. So here are the potted pawpaw trees that we've started in the greenhouse. Pawpaws have a deep taproot, so you want to start them in pots that are deep like this, and the taproot will grow all the way to the bottom of the pot. So this has some air pruning in the bottom of the pot. So when you plant seeds, you want to plant them about 1 inch deep in the pot. And so once you start your seedling, you can either grow your seedling up and plant it out, but as we discussed earlier, seedlings take longer to produce fruit than grafted trees, and you don't know exactly what you're going to get. So we graft a lot of trees. This one was grafted. You can kind of see the scar on the tree right there where it was grafted several years ago. And so we graft some trees in the pots, we graft some trees in the field, and we'll leave them here in the greenhouse until they get to be at least 1.5 to 2 feet tall, and then we'll plant them out in the field. When they're under 1.5 feet tall, pawpaw seedlings need shade, so that's why we have shade cloth in this house to provide some shade to the young seedlings. When they get over 1.5 feet tall and you plant them out in the field, they can be planted in full sun.